Everyone, and welcome to the Otago Southland Regional Transport Committee meeting. This is our last meeting of this training, so lovely to see all the faces in the room, and welcome to Ria, who is online. I have a now today we've got at least one, maybe 70 people who will not be standing. We've got two at least not standing again, so I'm going to invite Alexa, who has been round this table on and off over a number of training, to start the karakia, as this will be her last council regional committee meeting.
Ora, tuia ki rongo, tuia ki raro, tuia ki waho, tuia ki roto, tuia ki te here tangata, ka rongo te pō, ka rongo te ao.
Yeah. Good morning, Ria. Just checking, can you hear us well? It's always good to do a sound check.
Yes, perfectly.
Thank you very, very much. Now, this today we've got an apology from Stuart Duncan, who regrettably he may come in later, but he's thinking he's going to be relatively busy. Are there any other apologies or comments? Nice to see Jim. Jim is online, just attending. Thank you. Now, public forum, we have, and thank you to Jeremy McMahon for this. Kiwi Rail are meant to be here on Zoom. Are they in the call two? Oh, they're joining us at call two. Yep. Okay, so then we'll carry on with we'll do public forum. May I confirm the agenda with the public forum being after the confirmation of agenda and confirmation of minutes and the and actions? If that's okay. With that change, I'll move the confirmation of agenda. Thank you. Thank you, Jim. And Jeremy? Second. Any discussion? All in favour, please say aye. 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 Confirmation of the minutes. They've been pre-circulated from the 5th of May. They were held in the Otago Regional Council chambers. Do you want to move those, Jeremy?
Yeah, I'll move that.
Seconded. Thank you, Bruce. Any discussion? Any comments? All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Actions as we go through the regional South Island Regional Transport, that's going to be an item in the paper. There is a discussion later on, I think, about the infrastructure commission that comes later, doesn't it? Yeah. Extraordinary and urgent business. There's a comment there about the states. The regional land transport plan development review of strategic sections, that's going to be covered off in the meeting today, as is the update on the Southland District Council bridge replacements. It's a great report, and we'll discuss that from then. The New Zealand Transport Agency report will come and we'll deal with that, and the New Zealand Transport Agency report. Kiwi Rail, they are here, so that covers 9.5. Report from the chairpersons, because we'll carry on rather than waiting. I have put in a report about the South Island regional chairs. We had a very good report. Now, I think we've circulated the South Island transport story, but we haven't circulated the vulnerability report. It can be, and that would be good, because I actually couldn't find it anywhere when I was trying to share it with my council. It sort of supports the South Island story. ECAN put that together, or they supported it with input from the across the South Island. And we had a very good meeting with the Minister Bishop about where we think we're different. I think there's still some work to be done in that space, and some other examples that we need to really message that while we're similar to the North Island in some parts, we're very different in others. And it's the long detours, very long detours that are required if any of our bridges, some of our bridges go out. And that was seen recently after the tragedy in Moraki, where literally there was no detour. Are there any questions about what the chief may have been up to for the South Island story? No? This is going very quickly. We might still carry on. Staff reports. If we do Oh, sorry, anyone, that's my report, Jeremy. Thank you. Thanks, Will. Any discussion or debate, please say aye.
Aye.
Thanks. Staff reports. We've got a report on the achievements of this training. It's always good to reflect on these things. Yes, one of the key achievements of the training. Daniel, you want to speak to this or this is right?
Either or
Or both?
it's for Daniel, right, this is probably been one meeting. Like you said, it's good to reflect. I think it's been a busy committee, rolled up for the first one and trying into the my first one. I think some of the obviously the teaching is getting the current or the midterm review of the land practical plan through those real forgotten, those slightly trying times of first draft GPS and then the second draft GPS, final GPS. But alongside that, the thing that stands out for me is the I guess the engagement that the committee's done with a range of community representations and interests of people over the period of time. The representations that
That was a good report. Any comments, discussions, or things that we've missed out that you'd like to see noted by this committee? No.
Just one thing, I take some guidance onto where it's best to fit this later time, but I just wondered what the role of the RTC might be moving forward in the regional deals discussions, particularly given that we've got a cross-sector interest here with all the parties involved. So just trying to understand what role we might in overseeing those transport related projects and regional deals.
Very good question, and I'm wondering if that's one of the staff or someone like Alexa who's actually on our committee for that, if she has any comments, or the staff have any.
We don't have any comments, so we're mentioning it in the next report around what is happening. It's obviously for the committee to decide primarily what what role they want to have, and I agree that it's obviously we've got three councils who are involved in the regional field, but it does affect the wider region in terms of what the outcomes will be.
I wonder whether we might be able to invite for the next RTC a report from the relevant parties to their interest in that. As once again, I don't know where that is best to resolve or set, or whether we can just seek advice from staff on that. But I think it's an important thing. There is a whole bunch of interdependencies and opportunity costs that we need to understand.
We talked about that in the new.
I
Yeah, I
think
think
it's
the
the
next
next paper.
paper. Yeah,
I have got
I
it.
sure it's attached to one of the papers. I'm busy having a look for it, so it's attached page 22.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's under the 8.2, the transport operating environment. Proceed.
So it's a comment, and it's taking a long time to, I guess, understand the work of this committee, and it's helpful to see the achievements there. Do we at the, and I don't remember this, but do we at the beginning of the next triennium kind of set out what the achievements are that we'd like to get to over the years, so we kind of have a measure against?
I think that's a really good thing. What we did last week at the South Island Chairs is we actually did a reflection and gathered up some comments about how we could operate in a new environment and in the next term. And that may be, if we have time today, something we have a chance to go around the table and say, yeah, put that input into. I think it'd be really helpful. I certainly would like to see us be really focused on achievements and outcomes. That certainly, and I think with the 10-year pipeline or 10-year activities, that's going to be a lot simpler. We're not going to be, certainly Minister Bishop said it won't be a 3-year GPS, the next one. We need to be looking at how we actually get runs on the ground, and just talking to the staff around the collectively this morning, the frustration of getting a 3-year funding sorted and really only being able to get the lot of that done, as we'll discuss later in the papers, 2 years work, because it just takes so long to get into the wheels grinding. Very valuable.
Yeah, I just think it probably help provide some direction.
Yes,
Our voices are heard of that we've got something to measure again, rather than just stating what
Yes.
we've achieved
Yeah.
over the last 3 years.
good point. Thanks, Bill.
I was just going to say, can you clarify that comment? You said Minister Bishop didn't signal a 3-year GPS. What?
10-year.
What's a 10-year GPS?
That's the 10-year planning horizon.
Might be GPS, not government policy statement.
It may well be a government policy statement that will be a longer, yeah. And how he does that, yes, that's the message.
That is actually signalled in the current GPS,
Yeah.
that we would move to a longer funding cycle for.
Yeah.
Transport.
Governments are going to want to put out their own GPSs. I mean,
Exactly.
it's 3 voting cycle. It seems unlikely that GPS would make a change.
Well, and the 3-year may go as well. Yeah. No, good question. I'm sorry.
Around that. Yeah.
Well, it's certainly where a lot of people are just getting frustrated with the 3 years. Is not long enough
The
to-
principle.
Yeah.
You know, understanding bipartisan direction around infrastructure investments. So it's the principle that under the current, to say that the GPS is going to cover a 10-year period doesn't fix that problem.
No, and same in long-term plans.
Yeah.
We put things in and they come and go, and yes, they're all thought. Bill.
Yeah, no, thank you. Just going to observe as a first-time member of this committee for 3 years. I think perhaps it's worth noting that one of the achievements has been the continuing collaboration, the collaborative approach to this work. I don't think we should understate that, because I think it does deliver positive outcomes for our wider or collective region. So I think it's worth noting.
Look, and that's, I think I'm really happy to take that as a notes to support, notes that the outcomes help be achieved by collaboration as a second point in there. I'd add a third if that is if I can get a seconder, and that is to note the huge commitment to collaboration and working across the Otago and Southland with the staff. They've had a very, and Lorraine mentioned it before, that we do absolutely understand and appreciate the change in the draft GPS caused a lot of work, and I really want to sincerely thank the staff and congratulate you all for getting the achievements because of and working through that relatively trying time. So if you put, so the second one is, and notes the achievements come through good collaboration.
Continued collaboration.
Yeah, continued collaboration. And the third one would be note both thanks to the staff for working through the GPS changes and deliver.
Just to reinforce that, obviously, especially down this way, we're looking at councils working together and even cross-border shared services and all these things. This is something that has been done. So it's just going to be reinforced. It's going to be more and more of this. The ratepayers are sort of demanding that. So any separation might be probably politically right direction.
Certainly Section 17A has been in local government for some time now, but it hasn't been necessarily well done. And I think that what's happening, and we've suggested in our council that what's happening in the regional transport space is a good example of how you may run waste management and you may run in a lot of things, because many of these things aren't intuitive over boundaries that we lay out by catchment. So are you happy to second?
Yeah, can I just make another comment? But one of the and especially around the South Island table as well as here, is that getting plans, 10-year plans that just with a change of government The community has decided, agreed to things, and we need to really stick to that. So, South Island committee is, trying to work out how do you sort of focus on that. And so the government of the day decides, well, this is the 10-year. It can't be changed, because that's the most annoying thing for communities. You think, oh, we've got everything set in place, the new government comes in. No, it's not.
So your point later on is going to be when I ask you for your reflections of the enduring and requirement for enduring.
Yeah, and I was just going to comment. I mean, I don't sense that our projects have changed that much. We reframe them to fit the GPS and to we may reprioritise them slightly, but the actual direction of travel hasn't changed. I don't think for either the councils or the regional committee. We do work within the framework we're given, but we've got a pretty clear direction.
Great. Bill, I put you down as moving there, and Jeremy is seconded. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Any further discussion? Please do your reflections, think about them for later on. Thank you. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, carried. Now I'm going to welcome Kiwi Rail here for Lisa's here. Is it Andrew on the phone or is it someone else?
Yeah, that's Andrew on the phone, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Yep.
Kia ora, Andrew. Lovely to meet you. Look, introductions are Lisa has been it's come to the last two South Island meetings, Tuesday meetings. Andrew came to the last one. He's just replaced Gary Eichen, who's moved upwards, I think, or more at a higher level. Jeremy suggested they might come along to discuss some local issues. So it's on his they're here today, and it's just lovely to have some a face. Sorry, can't see you, Andrew. For everyone to understand Lisa's role. If you wouldn't mind introducing as part of your public forum your roles in here, just so that we all the regional control authorities that sit around the table understand that. Thank you.
Sure, no problem. I'm Lisa DeCoe. I'm the Group Manager of Government Engagement, Policy and Funding, acting in that group role at Kiwi Rail at the moment. And Andrew, I'll pass over to you to explain your role.
Mike, can you hear me all right? I'm just on the side of the road and this isn't working very well, so hopefully you can hear me.
Yep.
We can indeed, thank you. You're not on the side of a train house. Understand.
Sorry. I'm Andrew Bruce. I'm the South Island Regional Infrastructure Manager for Kiwi Rail. So I look after all the maintenance, renewals, teams, and for all the sort of minor maintenance jobs in the rail network in the South Island. So bridges, telecommunications, signals, structures, culverts, drainage, all that sort of stuff. And track, obviously, as well.
Thank you. Who's going to present?
You might have gone out of cell phone coverage.
Andrew, are you still here?
Yeah, I'm still here. Sorry, what did you say? What did you ask?
Okay. No, are you going to present some information about Kiwi Rail?
No, not no. I thought I was just going to answer some questions if there's any questions about anything.
Okay. No, Lisa, did you want to say anything before we?
I can put our presentation up, which we went through at the South Island Chairs, if that's of any interest. I'm happy to do that.
It may be helpful. I think if we get everyone up to speed about where you're at, and just while you get that ready, I'll just say that so they have been in a rapid change situation. I think it's fair to say where they're more out of focus than they have been before, and there has been a disconnect that I know has frustrated most regional road controlling authorities. It isn't a quick fix. They're very, very focused on their own maintenance issues that they've got. We are very keen in the South Island, as they've heard, to understand their freight capacity and ensuring that there is a freight service still available on rail. Because if that isn't, then that puts too much pressure on our roading system. So Lisa, if you ready?
Yes, just 1 second. Just bringing it up now.
If I can
Sorry.
just add, Jeremy here, Lisa, Andrew.
Hi.
Obviously, there's a couple, just to put it in your heads, a couple issues, the Matara intersection. Just would like to know, a wee bit of discussion around that with NZTA agreeing to the funding and Kiwi Rail hasn't sort of got it, from what I get, no, trying to say it hasn't got it in the program.
Yeah.
And obviously the Gore Railway Bridge.
Yeah.
It's a discussion, so.
Yeah, I think we'll
Yeah,
focus on that, but we'll start at the high level
Yeah.
and get into some of that detail, if that's okay, Lisa?
Yes, that's good. Let me, I'm not overly good with Zoom, sorry, but let me see if I can find my screen to share with you. Okay, that's it.
It's cheering, thank you.
That's sharing. Great,
But
excellent.
there's nothing, yeah.
This is the presentation that we just recently gave to the South Island Regional Transport Committee Chairs meeting in July. There were three parts that we focused on. One was just a note of the emerging importance of freight hubs and how that's appropriate in the South Island, and there are a few freight hubs, and they are, I'm pleased to say, there are plans for rail connection for those hubs. We also gave an update on the ARNIT, which we've recently resubmitted to the Minister, so that is going through a process at the moment. And then there is some things that Andrew can take us through in terms of the South Island infrastructure. For this purpose of this meeting, we'll just zoom through them. We won't.
ARNIT is the rail network infrastructure plan or something?
Program.
Program, sorry, yes.
Yes. Yeah, so sorry, so the Rail Network Infrastructure Program is the legislation that was put in place to fund Kiwi Rail. So we're funded through the NLTP into the Rail Network Infrastructure Program, and the idea is that we have enough forward visibility of confirmed funding that we're able to run our maintenance programs and improvement programs in a logical and good value for money way. So when you're funded year to year, you have very little, sorry, excuse me a minute. Sorry guys, I'm on a public meeting, if you wouldn't mind, just, sorry, just got, welcome to Open Plan Living. So we are able to plan our maintenance. You can understand if we're looking at, and Andrew would have experienced this in the past, prior to the first rail network infrastructure program, Kiwi Rail was funded year to year, so we could only do very short-term planning. Any large programs that spanned multiple years, we had to take a risk that whatever funding we did get, that we would have to manage it should the funding be removed or reduced, and that can have a consequential impact, which is pretty serious. So we're into the second rail network infrastructure program. They're each 3 years long, and we are 1 year into the second one. We're now planning the third one, which will come to some detail about that in a minute. But essentially that one, I think it's fair to say that we're progressing the way that we're doing our planning, and further engagement, and particularly with local and regional councils and key stakeholders in the community will be part of that process. Let me move myself along, sorry. Okay, so freight hubs. Adele presented this for us at the chairs meeting. Essentially, throughout New Zealand, we have something like, I think that says 16 different freight hubs, majority of which 11 are in the North Island, and there are now 5 in the South Island, so that's 16. The intermodal hubs inland ports, they're a critical enabler for rail. Where rail does best in an integrated transport system is in moving large volumes of freight long distances. So we see bottom of the South Island through to the top of the North Island being the spine of the rail network all the way through. So the main South line, the main North line, and right the way up, and the main trunks. So in order for these to work, we need strong collaboration between central and local government, alongside Kiwi Rail and other commercial entities who feed into that system. And obviously, we've got a couple of new hubs coming on stream. three actually. You'll see this slide shows you iPort Business Park, which is developed by Carter Group. It's located at Rolleston and links through to Littleton and Primeport Timaru. Southern Link Logistics Park, Dines Transport Group, that one is based out of Mosgiel, Tairi, and is linking through to Port Chalmers. And then the Melbourne Quadrant, which is a Calder Stewart development, is operating from north of Milton, and again, access to the ports. So you're welcome to have a copy of this presentation afterwards, but those are the key ones that are developing for our South Island links, which is fantastic. In terms of the Rail Network Investment Program, essentially we're guided entirely, sorry, I haven't flipped through for you. One moment. That was the ports, which I can provide to you. And the ANIP is primarily guided by the GPS, which you'll be aware that there's an update in progress at the moment of the GPS. I think I've been hearing that there may be some work developed by the end of the year, certainly the middle of next year. And it's the next GPS, we're informed, is likely to be a much longer view document, which is good. 3 years is fairly short for a strategy. So great to have changing GPSs, but hopefully something that endures a little bit longer than perhaps the previous one to the one we've got now did. The investment focus defined in the GPS for rail is that we invest in the busiest, most productive parts of the existing rail network to support the efficient movement of freight. And we invest in the metropolitan rail networks to support the efficient movement of people in Auckland and Wellington, which is where metropolitan rail networks currently operate. The key benefits, increasing rail's contribution to economic growth and productivity. That's something we've been banging on about for a long time. So we hope that that is a well-supported strategy. Increased reliability on passenger routes is really important, because without the confidence of passengers, obviously any passenger rail is unsuccessful. Increased reliability in the Golden Triangle, that's really critical for KiwiRail. The majority of our North Island freight goes through there, and the majority of our South Island freight also makes its way through there, depending on where it's headed to, but generally most of our freight goes through the Golden Triangle, and it's really critical that we keep that reliable and ensure that our resilience in that route is of paramount importance. Improved safety is important, and we do have a particular focus. We've had a strong safety program running through KiwiRail as part of the commencement of our transformation. Toi Tuta Māori is a program that all our leaders have been on, and we are cascading that down through our organisation. It's all about felt leadership and everybody taking responsibility for safety. So that has to cascade through to our work programs and our infrastructure programs as well. Greater value for money, that's a requirement for KiwiRail. It's part of our letter of expectations from our shareholders, the Treasury and the Minister for Rail being the representatives of our shareholders. And that and emissions reduction is something that we're very passionate about, and we are continuing our journey with strengthening up what we understand about emissions reduction, what we can do to contribute, and such things as the Golden Triangle electrification are a part of our longer term strategy to maintain that. Next one. So progress since we first started on our rail network investment program journey. So 21 to 24 was the first, and we achieved our outcomes within 3% of the targeted budget. So we spent within 3% of our budget. Obviously, the end of anything is always that challenge of, have you quite finished the last little bits? And that 3% represents the bits that carried over into the next period. Luckily, the money also passed over, so nothing was lost. Our track quality index is how we measure the reliability and resilience of our track throughout New Zealand, and that was improved from 80 to 100% within the target. So we set a target for every route that we have, and based on the I guess, the demand and the amount of freight going through each of those routes, that will set a different type of target. So something that is what you'd consider to be like a third priority, as in it's a lot more minor, it has very low frequency of rail rate on it. That won't be set at the same high level as the main North Line, the main South Line, any of those sorts of routes. So that just makes sense. It's the same as roads in essence. We can't afford to do everything to the same standard. We may have to run slightly slower trains as a result. We may have temporary speed restrictions or permanent speed restrictions to help us to manage in relation to the condition of the track. 97% of condition 5, which is our lowest reliant track, very poor quality rail, has been addressed on the priority routes. So that was our target, was to improve that resilience and reliability on the priority routes, and we got to 97%. So we're happy that we made good progress. It's not good to not get to 100%, but that's what we were able to do, given we have a number of unplanned events that get in the way of our planned events and planned maintenance. That's not a bad outcome. A majority of our condition 5 very poor sleepers have also been addressed on the priority routes, and we successfully delivered significant amount of work in the recovery and repair works. A lot of that in the North Island, actually up in North Island, where the NAL North Auckland line was out of service for quite some time. And we managed to get that repair work complete. We're now happily engaged with some insurers and trying to get the government repaid for their underwriting of those events. I won't go through this. This is a breakdown of how the money comes through. Weather events recovery, you'll see at the bottom, that's a separate appropriation specifically about funding that the government provided as an underwrite to our insurance recovery for having to reinstate the lines in Northland and in the Hawke's Bay. So that one is not part of what we would call the regular maintenance funding that we get. It was a separate appropriation. So pretty much we're split between network maintenance and operations management, network renewals, which is essentially replacing things and putting in new stuff, and then network improvements, which is, tunnels. The electrification business case comes into that, level crossing upgrades, yard improvements, and with an idea that we get some improved safety performance through those upgrades. Challenges. Everybody has them. And this program is no different. It's a maintenance program. We're heavily reliant on materials that come from overseas. We have some that are from here, but we do have to plan for the work that we've got. And with that forward view of funding, we're able to procure in advance things like materials and in bulk supply. So that helps mitigate the supply chain risks. Uncertainty of funding for the overdue renewals. That funding comes separately. Overdue renewals generally something that we see in the metro networks, in those higher capacity, higher volume environments, and that those have been funded, and the funding has continued through to FY27, which is to the end of June 27. So that's going well. The impact of climate change and unexpected weather events, we all know that those are getting worse and more frequent, and there's little we can do to control that. But we do try to plan, and I guess our regular inspections and the information that we have in our asset management systems now helps us to ensure that we aren't impacted as seriously as we might have been in the past. Competition, sorry. Is that someone? No. Competition for resources, the same as everybody else has, in whether it's in infrastructure or whether it's in any kind of projects. So you're always going to be competing for labour, materials and equipment, and planning is the answer to that. So we rely heavily on our asset management systems to do that. Okay, got a little bit of stuff here. Maybe Andrew, you could just take a quick look at this for us, if you don't mind.
I will take a quick look. I can't see anything. I am on the phone, but I think I remember half of it. Are we at the page of FY25? Is that what we're looking at?
Yeah, so delivering results for the South Island. So I think we've just got on the page
Yeah, okay.
here the track civils and active level crossings.
Yeah, so I'll talk, pretending I can remember those numbers. I think we did about 20 Ks of sleepers, so about 33,000 new sleepers throughout the network in the South Island, which is approximately 1,500 kilometres of track. I think it was 15 or 16 turnouts, so the major interchanges between different routes. So quite a critical piece of infrastructure. Turnout, civil work. We did a huge amount of civil work over last year, probably the last 4 years really. So touching on what Lisa said before about climate change, we have heavily invested in river and coastal protection, rock works in a lot of places. So we're definitely showing some results through the weather. We don't seem to have as bigger impacts as we were having. I'm not sure if that's good luck or good management, but we're going to go with good management for now. So yeah, definitely a lot of rock works, groins, and a whole lot of different things to protect our network. We've invested in retaining walls and a bunch of other things. Invested in level crossings. I think it was 6 or 7 last year. Yeah, so a lot going on there. Next page, I think, Lisa, is it 26, 27?
Yep, that's correct, Andrew. I'll just move that into there.
Yep, so you can see a list of different re-rails, re-sleepers, assuming it's all the telecommunication structures, bridges. So really that's just what Lisa touched on. The detail on that is, as most businesses do, we have an asset management plan, and it quite a lot of detail, but in theory, it gives you a list of the priority, the 1 to 1 million jobs that you need to do with the criticality and the age and degradation of the asset taken into consideration. So we have a national approach to that through the budgets. That's how they get aligned. There is other little factors that come into it with amount of service and revenue on the route, community impact, and a few other little bits and pieces, but really managed on risk to the age of the asset. And that's how we manage those. So I can't remember those numbers off the top of my head. Sorry, Tim.
It's okay. They're up on the big screen. We might just leave it there if that's okay. And there's some other pretty pictures which we're happy to share with you, but I'm not sure overly valuable looking through them at this stage.
Anyone heading south from Balclutha today on the way to Gore saw a large number of sleepers rolled out on the railway line. For obviously quite some major upgrades happening around this patch as well.
Yep.
Yeah. So are you happy to take some questions on some actual, it's good to get that highlighted, and what this doesn't actually reflect is also the huge investment in locomotives that's happening in the South Island as well, which is absolutely fabulous. So it's not just lines, it's also they're getting the gear to do the work, which will complement the roading system really well. But Lisa and Andrew, if we can now ask a couple of questions, and especially ones Jeremy highlighted, and whether they're on the work program or how we can work to support you getting them in a work program. So if the NZTA want to make a comment as well. Ian.
I might make a comment about Matara, which might help the committee.
Thank you.
So we've been working with KiwiRail and wrote to the Matara Community Board at the end of last week to give them a bit of an update on what's happened. So the snapshot of the update really is that the NZTA had approximately 4 million in the 24-27 NLTP approved for safety improvements at the intersection of 193 on KiwiRail's main South Line in Matara. That was to cover the required highway aspects only. In early 2025, KiwiRail informed us that they no longer had funding for the rail aspects of the work. Now, which were initially estimated at over 9 million, but at the time when the project began, my understanding was KiwiRail were looking at the opportunity to do a whole heap of siding activity at the same time. So the situation now is that the NZTA is now actively working with KiwiRail to determine what the minimum scope required for the necessary rail and signalling works will be required to allow the roadworks to proceed. we've already achieved some scope reductions in that. We're still not clear yet whether the cost of the essential rail works can be reduced to a level that we can fund from our funding, but we're working through that. So we anticipate that at the moment we'll probably require a further 12 months because KiwiRail have to do some initial rail and signals design, and then we've got to flow that back through to our design. All being well in that space and subject to funding, we hope to be in a position to commence works there in the 26-27 year. But it is subject to funding, so there is a test to undergo with that. And we've just got to see whether we can fund the required rail and signalling works within our funding envelope.
Or encourage other funding to go to. Yeah. That sounds a great result, and thank you. Lisa, did you comment on that?
I can just agree that that is the work that we're doing at the moment, and you know it takes quite a lot of work to, and we've KiwiRail with our transformation, we're working through this, trying to find what those minimum viable product options are that get the outcomes but don't sort of provide more scope than is absolutely needed to achieve the goals. So I guess that's an ongoing piece of work which Andrew will be working on alongside our engineering professional heads for that intersection. So thanks to NZTA for their contribution to that work as well.
When it's the same pot of money, it just seems logical that we get one answer and don't worry about the pots of money sometimes. It's a huge safety issue we heard recently.
That's the only, because otherwise then I have to.
Absolutely agree. And Andrew, was there anything you wanted to highlight for that?
Sorry, I didn't catch what that comment was.
Oh, is there anything you wanted to talk about in relation?
Around the tower itself?
Yes, it is, and we're just talking about the fact that we're working on that solution.
Yeah, no, like I said, I think we're all getting on the same page now. So yeah, we'll work through the process as we go. But yeah, minimum viable option is where our teams are now aiming to work together with all parties involved on these type of.
Great. Christine from Southland District Council has a question.
Just clarity really. So when you talk about subject to funding, is that funding that sits with KiwiRail or is it funding that sits with NZTA?
In terms of what I'm talking about, funding that sits with NZTA.
Right.
Because we're doing the intersection work.
Yes.
And there's some work there that has to happen on the rail and signals because of the intersection work.
And do you fund that or do KiwiRail fund?
They haven't got funding, so NZTA.
So
there is actually a grant in place with NZTA for that level crossing. So there's technically we've got joint responsibility, I guess, for crossing the rail line, and that's how we need to think of it as however best we can get that funding and get it made available. That's what we're working towards.
And so when would there be certainty around that?
Well, we think, at least Andrew and I have you as well, it will take 12 months to go through the design process. Because KiwiRail will have to go through their design for the rail and signals, and then we'll have to adjust our design.
Yeah, we have to do quite a lot of work on the safety case when changes are made to a level crossing. So it's actually the regulators involved in that work as well. So KiwiRail generally will have to put together so far as reasonably practical type assessment for the crossing, etc., and go through a quite strict and robust process to ensure that it meets safety standards and there's no issue with continuing to run trains after those works are complete. So that's a process we'll go through. I agree 12 months is probably the time post, so some time for the design and then some time to think about what that means in terms of funding and how we can get that together. So in 12 months we should hopefully have a view to the next stage of the project, which is implementation.
From the design work, which I understand needs to happen, but there's no guarantee for the implementation of the work.
There's X amount of dollars available, whether that is required for design, we hope not, but the main thing is that they're talking to each other and working through a process. This is a problem when two networks are right side by side, but it's the main thing is that they're now working on it. And yeah, but we have to support it And because it may be that we are requiring more money into the rail instead of the transport space as a safety issue. My understanding for those that aren't clear, trucks are having to do U-turns on the state highway and use this, otherwise they're blocking the state highway.
I don't think it's a question of not supporting it.
I don't know, I'm not sure everyone understands that crossing as well as you and Jeremy.
Yeah, Jeremy here, and it's good, I would like to see how the meeting went with community policing and vocal down there. But the reality is, locally, I've been talking about this since I started 9 years ago. And to get to this stage where I know NZT is going to get done, you know, and then all of a sudden, oh, hang on, Kiwi Rail, the planets have a line, so to speak, to get the job done. One of the biggest concerns, the U-turns on a state highway 1 with rigs is, you know, what the hell's going on. But they actually go past the school, the primary school, a detour. That's the easier way to get back onto. So this is, you know, I know Lisa, you respect, you're talking about safety on the trains, but there's a lot of kids seeing big rigs going past there, past the school. And this has been going on for years, probably a decade. So, you know, this is where, personally, this is my own person, this is where the systems is failing some of our communities. And I know from a point of living in this area, that it's more of a lower socioeconomic scenarios that feels that things don't get done there, and all this political community feeling. They're important, and sometimes these sort of things come along and it says, oh, we're just a number in the list, it doesn't matter. So I'm just trying to put a bit of a personal feel onto this, that if it says, you know, I'm encouraging this to move a bit faster, and I know it takes time, but there has been a lot of time being on this. And just when you're thinking about the 120 odd kids that are at primary school that are seeing these trucks, it's just a wee bit frustrating.
Thank you. We're just asking questions at the moment. Jeremy's not making statements, and I'm really happy to take a different motion at the end. Jim O'Malley from Dunedin City, and then Jim Thompson from Waitaki.
Okay. I am going to follow up on the Mataura intersection because it has been 9 years, and from the Dunedin perspective, we were supporting those changes way back then. My question is to you, Lisa, and it's more a Kiwi Rail strategic question. You talked about developing the ARNET, and then we're just talking down at a lower detail here with this particular civil works program. From my perspective, from the road controlling authorities, it's often that Kiwi Rail is talking to NZTA, but the affected road controlling authority or the affected council is not often in the room. And I think that's probably could be said of the Mataura intersection. Are you getting the feedback from the people who are actually directly affected by the programs when you talk, or is it just NZTA and Kiwi Rail speaking?
Well, look, I guess to answer that, and Andrew can probably add something to this, but there is there are a whole lot of level crossings through New Zealand, and they're all prioritised. So there is a prioritised list of level crossings that comes through in terms of, I guess, the volume of trains that are on the route, as well as the amount of traffic that crosses those level crossings. It's fair to say that in priority order, when we get to a point where we're doing a safety case, absolutely, we're working with those that are affected, the local communities, the councils, etc. And perhaps that hasn't happened in this case because we haven't got to that point. I think I heard, and I'm not aware of it, but for some time Kiwi Rail were talking about also doing additional works there that were about an upgrade of a yard, and maybe the focus was more on that, which is unfortunate that may have gotten in the way of some pretty fundamental assessments around that level crossing. So yes, we will be working with you. Andrew will probably be one of the people involved in that, and I can't speak for what's happened to date because I haven't been involved in it, so I can't tell you who has been involved so far, but make sure,
Right,
and I'm sure Andrew will make sure that we are engaging properly in the next stages of the design, because it's critically important that this works. And yes, we do work with NZTA very closely because, of course, funding and all sorts of other good things, such as the road interface, are critical to getting that design right. So we work together, and if that hasn't happened with this council, then I'm really sorry. That's something we just have to make sure we look forward and get it right in the next phase.
Yeah.
I completely agree with working forward, but there's been at least 2 letters from this RTC directly to the minister about this particular.
And we can only hope that Lisa doesn't remain acting and it isn't another changeover that we have to suffer. Andrew very kindly has given us his phone number, which is up on the screen. You may not like noting that. But I'm sure that those that want to contact him about this and make sure that they the chain of command. But I do also appreciate that NZTA as the funder may be the best conduit at the moment, so that we don't tell the same story twice. Jim Thompson.
Sorry, Madam Chair, it is a statement.
Carry on anyway.
As a child of Matara, I can go back 52 years to a truck versus train on that crossing. And I have heard this discussion with whānau who still live in the area. It is a shambles that a crossing with 3 railway lines cannot be considered a priority in servicing the needs of a community.
Okay. On that, are you moving?
Oh, I've got more questions.
Oh, so you've got, so sorry, Jim, apologies. Jim O'Malley back from DCC.
Thanks, back to Lisa again. And it actually is about the ARNA and also Metro Rail. I know Dunedin's a lot smaller, 1/10 the size of Auckland, but we actually do have a potential for a Metro Rail, which is about 1/20th the size of Auckland's. And we simply can't get into the very first part of the statement. So Mosgiel to the centre of town. And that fits closely in with our transport planning, because that's also where various car movements come from. And we're up to 25,000 movements on the motorway at the moment. So it's not Auckland standards, but it's definitely Metro standards. How do we, as a RCA, get involved, or is there a way for us to be involved in the ARNIT at all?
So just to be clear, the ARNIT does not, it looks at maintenance requirements for the metro networks. We're not actually the metro provider. We're also not the operator, and we're also not the funder of metro networks.
And the GPS. It's my understanding is that specifically in the GPS.
Specifically, we really just are having trouble having the first conversation. So
yeah, so I think actually, Ian, you may be able to help with this conversation, because my understanding is that the anything to do with Metro Rail has to start. Obviously, it starts with your RLTP, your transport plan, and making sure that it's prioritised within your plan. There is a number of things that you have to commit to co-funding with a metro system, and NZTA are the other part of that funding triangle. So Kiwi Rail is not. We don't have anything to do with that, but we are absolutely happy to support you with what you need from a rail perspective in doing your business case. Ian, have you got anything that you can add to the conversation about how to start this process?
So the thing to submit on would be the RPTP as a starting point, the Regional Passenger Transport Plan, which the Regional Council oversee, because they're the PTA that receive funding for passenger transport services.
And it has to be consistent with GPS, and at the moment GPS is quite specific about where metro, so it's
it's very much a circular relationship. If GPS names 2 cities and won't name any others, then we can't go beyond that.
Same discussion is happening in Christchurch as well, and their mass rapid transport and what their solutions are. But I think that is a circular one until we can break that, and so the opportunity I think is in the next GPS.
We don't control GPS. How do we break that cycle?
Yeah.
Because I'm basically told exactly that. There are 3 cups and none of them talk to each other. So we're not in the RPT, we're a line item in them now. Kiwi Rail doesn't have the capacity to provide in that area and doesn't want to do the track upgrades, which is the feedback we're getting, but we actually haven't had that conversation directly. And NZTA is the person we have to get the agreement with, that we have a metro arrangement potential here. And so we can't get past that first step. So I guess is my statement.
Thank you. So you're allowed to say.
Well,
Yeah, no, I appreciate your frustration. Yeah.
Question.
there's a question in this. So how do we, I mean, I guess I've been on this for 6 years and have not been able to get past step one. So how do we get to step one? I guess what I'm getting at is I've asked the Kiwi Rail to be put on this onto this RTC for the last 6 years as well, through this after the LTMA was changed, put on Wellington on and everyone else had an Elsbeth permission. People have been nice, but it hasn't moved, and it actually is great to see. By the way, I sound frustrated. I want to first start with thank you for being here. It is actually fantastic to have you here, and it is actually partly the first step. But I'm really kind of reaching out to some extent to say that we need to have some sort of more direct communication, because these are long-term sophisticated requests, and they can't be dealt with by being told you actually go to somewhere else first. You know where I'm going.
I think that maybe
Lisa really can't answer it.
no, Lisa can't answer it, and that's the problem. But it may be with Adele or what you were down at Dunedin at some stage, it may be helpful to have a conversation.
We can certainly, we could quite happily Zoom it.
Yeah, or Zoom. Adele and Lisa, at least we know names and faces now.
Okay, that's it from me then.
Yeah, thank you. The Gore Bridge, the railway bridge, which has now been studied by Gore or Environment Southland. Have we got any idea about how to prioritise that? This is the issue where it backs up and it adds to the flood risk.
Well,
Andrew, I think you have had a conversation with a professional head from Kiwi Rail or some correspondence. Are you able to talk to the bridge?
Yep, I can add a little bit of context. So I guess from a South Island or a national point of view, we prioritise all our bridges, again, as I stated earlier on. This bridge for us is, we have a scale of urgent, high, medium and low. This bridge sits in the lower end. We have about 50 bridges sitting in the high end in the urgent end of the spectrum, which basically means we need to funnel our money to them. They are in critical need of, they're anywhere from 90 to 120 years old. So they have got safety critical issues with them that we need to repair first. This one is about, it's not even on our radar for repair, although I understand that there is a critical need for the community, but from our perspective, our funding goes to safety critical requirements first. And we have, this isn't on our radar for our bridges in the South Island at this stage.
So your advice would be that we need to look at a different mechanism to get increased priority, because at the moment we're limited to safety repairs.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
And so it may need to be a direction about the problem is we're all suffer from having to look at different pots of money, limited to just those pots of money, and they never talk to each other. But I think we can note that that's at least a clear direction that we need to get it done in a different way. Jeremy, did you want to ask a question?
Yes, just to clarify, obviously the Kiwi Rail are receiving information regarding flooding models. I think there is discussions with Environment Southland, and obviously we're dealing with resilience and trying to protect our communities down here. I mean, we need to talk together, or the government does, around their canoa funding, protecting the towns, and especially when some of their infrastructures may cause some of that flooding. So I'm just making sure that, okay, we know that the bridge will handle the floods. I've been informed of that, but it's actually the cause. Like, we're so close. I was standing on the bridges and they shut the bridges, the main road bridge down, and seeing the water lapping at the railway bridge. So we're only another, 50 mils of rain. There was 200 mils over 3 days. They caused that 2020 flood. So I'm just trying to make sure that Kiwirau, it's not just about your bridge, that they need to prioritise this somehow about protecting the community, because there will be a liability. We're just trying to remember, well, who's liable when we know this information.
Yeah.
How to understand this, because so we can't not know the information now.
Yeah, and we're making sure that you're aware of it, that there is a potential flood hazard now by that bridge and the way it is structured, but it's a matter of how we can best get in the way of increasing it or finding an alternative mechanism where the water can go somewhere else. That isn't easy, and it could have dire effects to lift it on the roading structure of the main road as well. So we need to, it'd be great to, I think that there needs to be a mechanism there, but I'm not quite sure yet. I think whether it's RTCs or at least we've raised it with you. Are there any other issues or questions for KiwiRail or urgent issues that you want to highlight of level crossings anywhere? And I have to say, having been on the West Coast, the level crossings there, it seems to be, there are very complicated ones there. They don't seem to, yeah, but it's interesting how you prioritise things. Anyway.
Well, I did just say intermodal hubs.
Pardon?
Intermodal hubs.
Yes, you would like to ask a question. Sorry, Joe.
It's pretty clear to us that we've got that we've still got some issues, especially logs that are not on rail, and we've got the intermodal hub that's being built probably at Melbourne. Again, I guess my question is, when you're having conversations with these developers, do you also have conversations with the road controlling authorities in the area? Because Melbourne and Mosgiel are almost competing interests, and it's kind of unusual into how they have rolled out. And so a lot of the conversation has been that those developers are saying we are talking to KiwiRail, but again, they're not talking to the road controlling authority who are affected by where those intermodal hubs occur.
That's why councils are trying to increase the cost.
I guess I can answer that at a very high level, is that KiwiRail is not at the table for the design of the hubs as such. We're at the table for the provision of rail into that facility. We're not a shareholder or an owner.
I completely understand that.
Yeah, so are we involved in conversations with the road controlling authority? No, that would be the freight hub developer who is doing that. In that particular one, I can certainly get some more information on who in KiwiRail and what we have been included in for you. That's no problem. I know that we are more involved in some of the planning and some freight hubs than others. So the recently Fairfield Freight Hub, for instance, the government contributed some money to that. KiwiRail contributed some to the rail siding, and then obviously the transport provider provided the majority of the funding into that. So we have a limitation on what we can influence, but happy to hear of any concerns and to pass those back to the team in KiwiRail who are dealing with this for you.
It's the transfer of information, not investment or interest. Thank you.
I think what's been highlighted is they're ambivalent, but like the plan, the regional and transport plan, they go where the markets ask them to go and pay them to go. Yeah.
But the market would be the only defining factor for design, I guess, is the issue.
Is NZTA involved in discussions around those strategic questions? Because that's the interdependency you're talking about. Yes, KiwiRail set off to the side, but surely NZTA should be involved at a high level with the strategic questions around the interface and are they being proactive in engagement and pulling the pieces together on that front?
With your permission, I might ask Chad to speak to that.
Yes is the answer to that one.
Yeah.
No.
Any extent?
Sorry.
We have.
Okay.
Thank you. Karen.
Through that, Chair. While we've got KiwiRail in the room, an issue that each of the TLAs that has KiwiRail in their districts is the lack of provision of any program of works intended by KiwiRail, which the TLAs are generally or often 50-50 share fund. So we're completely having to use a crystal ball approach and make we can go to a rate payment mid financial years and ask for funding. But this has been a long-term issue for us, and is there likely to be any improvement to that where we can get some certainty as to the program of level crossing upgrades and the projects that we are likely to call upon to help fund, to help our forecasting and funding of projects within the districts.
Or put it positively, is there a way that we can make that happen that makes sense?
Yeah, look, we have a work stream at the moment which is specifically looking at level crossings, and one looking at how we manage the minimize the design process so that it is an easier and less I guess a more minimum viable product outcome for everybody, just recognising that funding is limited for everybody. So that's a project that's in progress at the moment. I don't know if anybody here has met Daniel Hedefin, but he is leading that project, and it's a transformation process for Kiwi Rail and level crossing work. I'm absolutely happy to pass information back. One of the things that has been talked about is the lack of visibility of particularly in regard to things like co-funded level crossing works, and how difficult it is when we go into these planning cycles and aren't able to provide that guidance of when Kiwi Rail will be able to look at works and the timing of those and the extent of them, i.e. the design required outcomes. So as I say, there's a work stream in place. I'm happy to pass details back to Daniel and make sure that there is some engagement with this group, so that you get to understand what that might look like going forward, and hopefully that is in the process of transforming itself into something that's a little bit more collaborative and easier to work
Thanks,
with.
Lisa. But I didn't get his last name because we was a call.
Hedefin, Daniel Hedefin.
Thank you. Could we, if we come back to you with a process for our next regional land transport plan and our timing to get that information, not on the last meeting, but to go in as a discussion point so that to ensure that those discussions happen at the right time, can we get a process going that works to that?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
That's possible. Yeah, thank you. That I think will be really helpful. And then we're all in the same headspace on that. Thank you, Lisa. There are no other questions. It has been wonderful having you both in the room. And I'm sorry you can't see us all, Andrew. I hope one day that we will get you in the room and have a really good way of collaborating. But it's good to see the transformation happen, and long may it continue. Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's just the timing of.
Thank you.
Jim's point previously, what's required to get them in the room permanently on the RTC?
I think that.
And is it a terms of reference thing, or is it a what is actually
By permission of the Minister of Transport. You
right?
have to write to the Minister of Transport and request the Kiwi Rail we put on the ad.
So have we?
I think it's
done
good
that, or are we proposing to
keep
do
that for the reflections.
Thank you.
And put that down for reflections, because I think we're not going to change the world overnight tonight. I know that many of us, I think we were suggesting this 12 years ago as well. It's just what, and those around the room, the longer you've been around the room, the more annoyed you get about it. But I think some things that make more sense. Gary Icahn, who was doing Andrew's position in the past, was absolutely overswamped with ability to get into the room. So they are, and their whole funding, they have to justify their funding to the government in a pretty grueling way. And I think that it's about us also using our powers to get MPs understanding that we've got some demands of them as well. Thank you very much. That takes us probably very slowly, because I've probably allowed far too much time on that too, but I think it's really helpful. To 8.2, the public forum doesn't allow us to do motions, but if there are any motions that come out of that you want to reflect on, I'm happy to take them in, because this is like writing in the general business, because you may want to put some things in there. So can you think about that as well?
I've just got a general comment about the presentation there, and I realise that as chairs that you've had this previous presentation, and I wondered if or understand what might be the key actions that might come out of that conversation that impact on the Otago Southland area, because we had a lot of the presentation was very general.
Yeah, absolutely.
Whereas I'd like to have seen it structured for our area in which we might have been able to have more of an interactive discussion, because I see, well, Jeremy raised the two about the Matara intersection and Gore Railway Bridge, which is where we focused the discussion, and then we had the further discussion about Dunedin. But how do we get some structure around this and understand how we might be able to exact any influence on this process? Because if that was frustrating.
Oh no, absolutely. To be fair, they were invited last week. Literally, we were meeting them last week in Christchurch, and Jeremy invited them, or possibly more challenged them to come to the meeting today. And so they haven't had that time, and it was added on, so they've made the time available today, which is great. We've got them in the room. I think that they will understand it, and totally, again, if that can be a comment, because I can't do motions under a public forum, but I'm happy to do them under general business. And if it's Brighton the Minister, or if it's asking specific questions that they can present on, it is about a start. And frustrating that it's coming at the end.
Just quickly, and I agree that's why we saw the presentation. I said, we've got a few issues that's specifically around the Gore area. So that was why I said, can you come talk to us, more of a local point of view? Some of my concern is that there's new faces turn up around the table, and I know I've talked to multiple faces, and they go, oh, what's this about the Matara? What's this? You go, well, hang on, we've been discussing for the last 3 years with the other up top managers. So, yeah, trying to get consistency, actually, that the same people are knowing and understanding the issues. And so I suppose I'm like a broken record. You keep on saying the things, but sometimes people are catching up to speed to what's going on. But I mean, I fully agree.
If we're not round the table next time, who carries that thread? Or you just start again every time?
Well,
that's why
something's got to change.
Under general business, I will raise reflections and have that list. And I think us having a priority list of projects with Kiwi Rail would be maybe where you take that, Christine, if that's okay. Yes. I think we're all frustrated who've been around here too long that they haven't been in the room. And the fact is we've still got active staff there. But I genuinely feel like they're trying to fix that now. They get the value in understanding these things. Yeah. And just, yeah. Okay, sorry. 8.2, transport operating environment. Daniel and Grace have done a report for us. It's to update the Regional Transport Committee on the legislative and policy changes impacting Otago and Southland's regional land transport planning and management, and when aren't these things changing? The report also updates the committee on current work streams of interest to elected members, and there are some opportunities in there if you wish to consider making a submission, for example, on the draft national infrastructure plan. So we might seek some advice on stuff on that. Did you want to talk to that, Raina or Daniel?
I'll probably let Daniel answer any questions you might want to speak to it. So we just put this, realising this is the last meeting of the triennium, just bringing some issues to members of the committee, more than the committee as a whole, who either take back to your own councils, the issues impact you richly, and either to take back to your own councils or as Chair has said, discuss further here today, and maybe when we come back in the new training, we'll be probably quite well into moving ahead with the land transport plan, and these are issues that will affect probably we think some of the funding streams and that transport is likely to be funding is likely to be looked at as we move forward. Do you want to add to that, Daniel? Answer any questions?
Okay, if we take them one by one would be easier, and to be fair, so I imagine all of the councils have already considered the other work streams that came and closed last night at midnight. So the one that we've got closing off shortly is the going for housing growth. That's the 17th of August. Is it 17th of August that one process?
Infrastructure committee, 6th of August.
It's 6th of August is the next one, but so the first one in the discussion document is going for housing growth program. Are there any questions on that work or implications? Quentin?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to highlight, I mean, even in the media this week, local government's been heavily criticised, well, particularly QLEC for obstructing housing growth by the minister. But yeah, just wanted to highlight that there's a disconnect here, because we have, if you take probably our three biggest growth areas, being the Southern Corridor, Lake Hawea and Ladies Mile, they're all significantly inhibited by the absence of transport funding, the replacement of the Albertown Bridge, the Southern Corridor program, which is, you know, in the hundreds of millions, if not greater, and the completion of the Queenstown package to enable the Ladies Mile ET priority and things like that. You know, there's the barrier to delivering the housing growth in those places is the absence of the infrastructure, and that, you know, that without that it falls over. So
the question for here is that something you wish us to deal with and submit on, or is it something that individual councils should submit on? I know that the Otago Regional Council is. I'm really happy if you would like us to submit.
Well, I think the connection between the delivery of infrastructure and the ability to provide for growth is absolutely critical to this committee.
I can mention that the Minister did highlight his absolutely understanding that Queensland was different and had some really wicked issues. So if you just want to put about Queensland, I'm also really happy because I think it affects all of us. But if you, is it that you would
I'll
like
cover
us
some things off with the regional deal too later, which will relate to that. But
I don't think
yeah,
it
just
is
wanted
that
to
we
make that
highlight as an example that and what you're really saying is the infrastructure has to be funded in order to get that growth. And if it's not done the right way around, you lose the opportunities. But also it doesn't make sense.
Just runs parallel to the urban intensification work that's happening as we speak, and all these they're all into play. And I think understanding the interdependencies and making sure that somebody like the Regional Transport Committee and NZTA have a strategic view of those constraints is really important.
Is there a feeling that we should be submitting on that holistically and saying that it's really pivotal that the funding comes for roading infrastructure amongst other infrastructure before some development in order to maximise those growth opportunities, and that highlighting Queenstown, especially, it's been planned, needs it. Is that what you want us to do?
I think so. Yeah. I mean, I think that's just that as the I don't think it is unique just to Queenstown. I mean, I think it is. I don't want to make it just about Queenstown. I mean, I think the same applies to Cromwell. The same applies to even the interdependencies. I mean, I think the strategic oversights, the key part of that is that I do feel there's a bit of a disconnect sometimes that all the individual parties, whether it's NZTA or Kiwi Rail, sort of say it's not my problem because I'm only dealing with this bit. So somebody has to have that strategic oversight, and that's.
So it can be a positive submission saying that we understand these problems. We need to have a system and a process that funds these sensibly and that collaborate and requires collaboration. And we don't have to pick up who's at fault, but that we want to highlight the need for the transport infrastructure to be fit for purpose for the growth. And that requires consideration of one-lane bridges, of all of those things, and use them as we can pull out some examples, I think, and again support things like a 10-year strategy for replacements. I mean, I was over the Luggett Bridge the other day and it just concerns me how that is sustainable. I don't know what that is.
And probably to spin it around, because you take the Auckland example recently, the City Link, for instance, is the bit that is informing land use rather than the other way around, is the City Link enables the intensification of the nodes around the, so, you know, the transport informs strategic land use planning. Yeah.
Okay, so you're like moving in Lisa?
What's that?
So no, you.
I was just wanting some clarification and more discussion on this area.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because there's those higher housing growth targets. We're taking the housing first, but actually we can't talk about the housing without everything else, you know, because they're also interrelated. But first of all, we've got this, I don't even understand this new requirement that price indicators, such as the difference in the price between land zone for rural and urban use, do not deteriorate over time. What does that even mean? Can someone explain it?
I presume that the prices don't go up substantially as land becomes available, and therefore the land price for urban development, and it's how you switch.
So there's some sort of control over that somewhere? I mean, this is, I'm a person for our council, one of the two people on the regional bills, and I just don't even understand what they're actually getting at there. Are we suddenly going to have a government that's going to put on price controls on land use? I mean, this is, I know that as soon as you upzone land in the rural area, we've seen it in Queenstown many times over those years, you automatically change the value of that land. And I don't know if it's trying to get that and trying to change that or what it's trying to do. But these things are really hard to figure out. And then we've got implications for the RTC. Higher housing growth targets may put increased long-term pressure on transport. Where is the may in that? We have got absolutely conclusive research over the past 40 years that proves that even beyond climate change is proved. Now, I know that's a struggle for some, but you know, there we go. It's just, this is just phenomenal information that we're trying to deal with here because it's so utterly unclear. And I think that it needs fixing, and it's really problematic. Councils are prohibited from imposing rural-urban boundary lines. In planning documents, what does this do to everybody's district plans? How are housing developments being planned when there's this? And then we've got to think about the implications for transport. I just think this is nutty stuff, and I don't know if I'm the only one.
I agree.
So but it comes down to what we want to see, I presume, is core infrastructure being planned.
Right, let's go to that and go. So the developments are going to fund the infrastructure, right? So growth is going to pay for growth. There's nowhere in here an extra tool that can allow any council to charge for growth outside of the boundary of the subdivision that I can see anywhere. It says there's tax revenue generated from new housing developments. What is that? What's the mechanism to get it out of the consolidated fund and into council funds? I mean, how do we even consider these things?
There's even a purely economic case that development should occur in areas where it's most efficient, which is around transport. And so doing it, you know, removing those urban growth boundaries, what a better term, and just urban sprawl is inefficient development that costs more because the infrastructure costs more because, you know, there has to be some broader thinking around
it. And then in Queenstown, going back to Queenstown, sorry, but it's probably the major place this is going to be impacted, is that we're spending, what is it, $250 million on putting in, I'll just finish this one point, on the...
Making the issue, we haven't got a motion yet, was my point. I'm asking questions.
But I'm asking questions too.
Of whom?
Of our team. Does anybody have any answers to any of these questions? I don't know that we have, but we are putting in a bus hub. How do we reconcile spending almost $250 million on new transport infrastructure? We're supposed to be building around hubs, but we have an airport bang in the middle there that isn't going to let anybody build, that doesn't let anybody build any housing. I mean, how do we even start? My question is, how do we as a committee respond to the nonsenses that we're seeing in these proposals. Just sheer nonsenses.
Well, I'm not sure that that is a fair question, but if anyone would ask to take
That's
it as
a
a question.
Sorry, Lorraine, but you know, I think it's fair enough to ask.
So I think it is your question. We can't answer it. Here as well. And I can only say that I guess when we were preparing these items for the agenda, we sort of wanted to, I guess, yes, bring it to the attention, I guess, more to take back for those councils that probably were more engaged as well. However, we did bring it to the RTC. And also at the time that we were preparing the agenda items, sort of around about the time, I guess, of the government meeting, and we hadn't quite understood some of the messages that was going to come out of that meeting, and relevant of this as probably more of a discussion document rather than actually being perhaps more national direction. So to be fair, we haven't sort of given, you can see some issues with it, but we haven't sort of come up with
How we do.
yeah, what the full implications are, and they will be different for different councils. We'll try to spell that out a little bit, but then also whether we will have that line that the committee would want to have a collective.
I wonder if we do, but thank you for bringing it. I mean, I've been seeing it in the regional deals, but only by seeing it in relevance to this committee, I'm like, oh, this is going to get nutty about a minute.
Jim, and then Christine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that everything I've heard this morning leads to questions about the efficacy of this committee. Are we actually contributing to progress, or are we simply contributing to global warming? And maybe we need to get a little more militant, and we're trying to leverage other partners into the room with us. Maybe the partners that should be here are the local MPs who have something to answer for as well. And I'd certainly be keen to discuss, as we review the triennium and the challenges going forward, that we need to actually decide the relevance of what we're doing.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jim. That's a good way.
And I have promoted the MPs, that we invite MPs to this committee.
Thank you. Thanks, Christine.
Thank you. Yes, my comments are along similar lines really, and I guess I'm here as an executive summary is talking about recent national level changes in the transport operating environment, and we continue to hear announcements by the government on this, of which we are recipients of the information, I guess, and we don't have much more of a role, but it talks about these may impact on the RTC, list those for me. How do we turn that around as a committee and start influencing and feeding back on this rather than being done to, because that's what it feels like. And it just seems to have no relationship with the work that we're doing, let alone I say that the achievements that we talked about earlier on and what we hope to do the next triennium.
Again, I think that it's beholden upon all of us to think about how we would construct a submission or a response to this, because I don't think it may not be a submission that actually says we need more tools to provide for these things beforehand, and if they have to be ratcheted up because of the growth that they want to see, then give that some of that development money to us, then whether it's through GST or whatever. But you can't just sit on your hands, take that money from the fund and not put it back to deal with it, or provide different tools. And certainly there are going to be changes to the development contributions, but that certainly doesn't give you the money that you need to do the forward work needed here. So the programming isn't right, get all of that. How do we do a submission that encourages and says these are the steps that you need to get there? And I think we're having this conversation again in the draft national infrastructure plan as well. So Jim O'Malley.
Actually, just quite literally the third follow-up to the same statement. One thing I noticed, and I brought it up a few meetings back, we have the Otago Southland collective to provincial regional issues, but we also have urban and rural ones. And I think, like in this particular one, the stuff that Quentin and Alexa put up and I would have followed up with are really the only high population cities. And then the rural questions are a different set of questions, like bridges and maintenance of roads and stuff. I think we should meet collectively, obviously, but we should also have breakouts where particular councils with particular types of problems nut them out and then bring them back to the collective group again. I'm sort of talking about how we should operate in the training. To Jim's point, because we could be a hell of a lot more effective. And I think we need to. The original purpose of this is actually to just get you on the National Land Transport Fund. That was the core reason here, but we should expand that out much wider to what are all the aspects of transport that affect each of our areas.
Yeah.
So
we're getting into the general business item that we're talking about shortly. I really want to get us back. Jeremy, is yours about this?
Yeah, I was just going back to supporting him, indicating, and I suppose I'm looking at trying to understand the Otago Central Lakes regional deals too, and there's a uniqueness about the Queenstown area and wider district there about the population growth. So I won't go into it, but as you go, yeah, it looks like a mess up there all the time. And I think we'll be 10 years down the track and putting on 3,000 houses at the so it'll be a mess. You know, I feel like we're chasing our tails. Like the discussion about getting the infrastructure in there, you know, working that all out, the priority.
Well, I'm really happy for us.
Approach, like, oh, sorry, I just speak to that. The approach to that, I think, is about that strategic oversight. I'm jumping forward a little. We want to speak about the regional deal now? Or,
No.
okay.
I think we're
But these-
convinced,
but it's in this
otherwise
paper,
we'll make it really busy for our stuff.
But the strategic, you know, these bits, I think, and the other comments we've had around the table is there's a disconnect between the strategic decisions that are being either directed of us or are being made and the influence that this committee can have. And I think we need to keep in that strategic space, but we need to make sure that we're pushing really hard, that we're both getting the information we need and somehow having the influence we need over the strategic level.
Okay, and on that, can I just suggest if we're just saying, don't do this, don't do that, it won't be a helpful solution. If we say we absolutely accept that there is growth and that we need to manage the infrastructure and accordingly, but that needs to have upfront funding now, not in several years' time. We have some of those priorities on our list, and we welcome that funding being made, whether it's out of development, you know, taxes directly. But we welcome having those discussions how we can have it will be in a better position than just like being naysayers.
Yeah. Just through you, Madam Chair, with these items, we did want to bring them to the committee's attention quite often, regularly, in part because of the timing for the meetings, as often as through transport sector interest group we submit, and again because a lot of these sort of methods that come out of central government do they affect the councils around the country, the regions around the country very differently as well. So those are quite wide ranging and I think well balanced submissions. And I do believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I think that PSIC is looking at doing a submission on the Going Road. Those ones we tend to leave with some of those bigger regions that have probably more. I know that we've discussed that, and therefore the attention to our concerns about addressing the funding for infrastructure for the growth, specifically for transport infrastructure.
So,
through that.
Just in the interest of closing this out, so who's preparing a draft submission and will it be recirculated?
The first question is, do you wish to move that we do submit on it? Because there isn't a submission from this group otherwise. I think there is some in us doing it. I think
yes. So I'm happy to move that we do submit on it and that we take a strategic approach to transport investment. Yeah.
Thank you. And that's seconded by Jim. are you, and now the question is, and how that's posed and worded, and whether the capacity to do will be, is that, who will be doing that? Lorraine is.
Which one are we supporting on, sorry?
That's all right, that's growth for housing
That's
growth
right,
at the moment.
yeah.
This is the only one, I'm hoping we're gonna get through all of this before lunch. No, that's fine, and I think it's really helpful discussion, but I think we have to be, my view is that we have to do it in a positive sense, that we understand there is growth happening, and we can give many examples around Otago and Southland, but it has to come with the infrastructure that we've got it in the regional transport plan. We're really happy to bring it forward, but it has to come with funding. And I think that's our role here.
So will someone circulate
A draft.
A copy?
The timing for this is 17th. Yeah.
So, yeah, we will, I mean, we'll reach out obviously to QLDC staff and Dunedin staff primarily, because for most of the going to have growth.
And Central Otago needs as well.
But if we
Central Otago.
I wonder if we can even agree to do anything.
You can
here.
delegate to the.
I know, but
PSI.
we've also got the infrastructure
Yes.
when this closes next
Yes,
Friday.
indeed.
And so we may be wanting to prioritise and not make a full decision. We might want to put those motions at the end of this whole paper.
Okay. Yeah.
So that we can
that's fine.
prioritise, because we've got people involved that actually have to do the work.
I think this one isn't too hard when it's a strategic, it's not in the things, but I would hope that Central Otago will be involved in that one as well. Is that, okay, you're moving second, and we'll come back to that in a minute. We're now with the draft national infrastructure plan that closes on the 6th of August. It is a higher level discussion point. Are there any questions of staff on this paper? And may I add an NZTA, sorry, I should have asked in that last one, has NZTA got any comments, because some of them are state highway issues?
I guess my hypothesis around the revenue, just funding.
So if they came up with the magical way of funding it, you'd be happy for it to happen.
Well, I mean, in Queensland, we do have a scheme designed.
Yeah.
And deliver.
Yeah. And that's a really good example of giving that, it's almost ready to go, isn't it?
The original project was designed.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Yeah.
It was an interesting approach, I gather, sorry.
No, sir.
Taken in Auckland the other day, where they actually map where the infrastructure is ready to accommodate the growth, and map the areas where it's not, where it's restricted by it, and you know, that type. At the moment, we're sort of just punching on, hoping for the best, and really understanding those constraints. And
Dunedin has mapped there.
From NCTA,
It has Queenstown.
not in that way, no, not in that same.
It's a
way. I
really
think
useful
it's-
tool.
I can imagine. I would say it's a critical tool, but yeah, it was an interesting. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Alexa.
There's just two major concerns in here. The draft plan recommends that New Zealand reduces its spending on land transport from 1.3% of GDP to 0.8% of GDP for each decade through to 2055. So asking for funding doesn't look very hopeful given that. And then the next one is that the reduction in that funding, the second major part of they've got A and B. The second one, dear to my own heart, a shift in travel demand from private vehicles to walking, cycling and public transport, thereby reducing the spending on roads, parking and other private vehicle infrastructure. That's what's going to reduce our spending in transport. I mean, we can't even get footpaths in anywhere. And poor old Chad's had his ear fully burned, and I won't subject him to it again. But we can't even get footpaths, and yet that's what how we're going to reduce our spending. I think something needs to be made clear.
Well, I think the GDP generated in Otago and Southland would find us having more funds potentially coming to us for roading if it were a percentage basis.
It's not giving us that. It's not saying that at all.
No, but no, if you went to interrogate those figures, it would be interesting to see what the expenditure would be.
No, it's pretty low actually compared to the national average.
No, it's not.
Otago.
No, it's not.
No, it's not argued that.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, but I'm rather cynical. We simply don't have enough votes to change a government.
No.
So we're at the bottom of the queue.
And then, so again, I'm asking us for positive
Do it
action.
immediately.
This is the proposal of this government. Our job is not to be political. Our job is to get the best for Otago and South.
Not being political.
Is there anything that we can justify a submission in the staff time that will change this policy? And I think acknowledging that there is a GDP component to this isn't unhelpful if we wanted to see it to go with the growth that's generated. That is the opportunity we've got here. If we don't, we can blame and shame, and that's, I understand that, but that's not the purpose today. It's to get the investment we need. And advocate for that. If you don't think it's worth it, don't do it. And if it's if you don't think that we've got a good argument, don't do it either. Question is it worth submitting?
Well, it mustn't be worth submitting. I don't know if the time's available to do it, because the key thing to all our discussion this morning is there's not sufficient funding to do the work that we need to do. And here is a proposal around that's a reduced spending of land transport from 1.3 GDP to 0.8 GDP for each detail. How can we sit here and not comment?
Well, I think you can then say that there has to be an exception basis for this, and that those areas of high growth in Otago, in Southland, especially in Otago, need to be proposed for. And so again, it's just countering these with positive statements about that growth. Now you can decide whether, and to be fair, this isn't the government document, this is the, why I got that wrong, this is a
National infrastructure.
Part of the mission. Yeah, but is it the government's?
On the other side of the coin, I wonder if increasing investment in there results in decreased spending elsewhere where there is not high growth. So how are the two balanced?
Well,
we're robbing Peter to pay Paul.
And Christine, I absolutely agree. And if the message should be that you have to maintain and look at your resilience on top of growth, they should be, that's fine as well. Just need some clear messaging to direct the staff if they were to submit. If you don't think we've got that clear messaging, then we don't do anything today. That's absolutely fine as well. Do you know
What you're saying there is, I know we've got the annual, seem to be a number missing here in regards to what is 0.8. But it does say that the things where the GDP growth is going to come from and the cost to the community, or are they thinking that the roading infrastructure is going to cost less to implement? So I know they are increasing, but technically they're not in the next 10 years, going down 100 million. But there is an increase in the actual budget. So percentages are an interesting number thing to graph.
But that's self-normalising.
Sorry,
It's self-normalising because if the population doubles and the GDP doubles, then the demand doubles as well.
Well,
so even though money's gone,
there are a lot of dynamics to look at it. Numbers, so I don't know how they really calculate it out.
Yeah, and I mean, taking Alexa's point, and one of the annoying parts of the last GPS was that it took out active transport. If that is the solution, and certainly we've got areas where it would be a very good solution, then we should be advocating for that. And if you want from Kiwi Rail to this as well, this is not the government's document. Nick Leger did present to us in the South Island Chairs as well. He actually suggested we should be considering membership if you're a high provider of infrastructure or getting a voice at the table as well. This is their plan suggesting to the government what they should be doing. So some clarity about that. And I think on that basis, they are a useful partner to have in the room if they are supporting some of your ideas. They will be the businesses that are going to deliver the infrastructure you need. And I think the biggest submission I've been putting in here is how do we work collaboratively at Otago and Southland level to have a pipeline of work that reduces the costs, because that is the bit that's missing to me.
I think we do ask the Infrastructure Commission to detail how it sees that spend on public transport and active transport, and how that will reduce the money spent in providing for private cars, leaving freight out of it, obviously, at this point. But the other one that's in here, which I want to speak about, is the time of use charging, which is also in this. No, this isn't, it's actually not in the infrastructure. No, we'll leave it till next week.
Yes,
I'll leave that for a minute. But I just think that we can go back to the infrastructure committee and tell them that we support, yeah, that's fine, support that move. But we want to see recommendations from them how government might possibly do that and what tools they might put in place.
Okay, so you're moving that as part of this paper, you'll be moving a response we made along those sort of lines, and anyone else's points of view are going to be circulated. We'll go back to some things later.
Got a question.
So, and is there a second for a motion to the infrastructure commission? Along that, thank you, Quentin. Thank you. The time of use charging, this is the land transport management bill, introduced on the 4th. And I don't know that there's any consultation on this. Or is there? It's closed. So
Yeah,
it's just
it is.
it's a noting. So thank you for noting. I'm not going to take any further discussion on that today. Otago Central Lakes Regional Deal, the deal has
We
been.
need to come back to this in the regional deal then if we're not taking any discussion on that.
It's
That's a big
not
thing for
on,
us.
sorry, it's in the paper. It is this that has got it in, paper attached.
What's that, sorry?
Sorry.
It's in part of the regional deal.
Yeah, so have we got a separate paper on this? The Otago Central Lakes Regional Deal, this is where we talk about it.
Yeah.
It's attached to this paper.
Yep.
And this, just for noting, Alexa is on this as an ORC representative. Queensland Lakes and Central Otago have got membership as well. It is a process that is rolling out and prioritising those matters that are in the attached paper. Did you want to take questions? I think this is different noting.
Well, I'd actually like to signal a motion here because I actually would like to signal that we receive regular updates on the transport related issues relating to the because at the moment, and this goes back to this point I was making before, is that there's an absence of strategic oversight here. You know, we know, well, it's referred to as MRT. There are advanced projects relating to gondola proposals in Queenstown, of which the Regional Council, the District Council and NZTA have absolutely no technical information on regarding transport benefits or business model. Okay, so there's a major gap here around a key transport intervention of which the key authorities have no visibility of, so that we need to close this gap. The same applies to time of use charging, is that we're talking very high level about time of use charging. And obviously going back to that point is, yes, there is a bill in place, but we still have no investigation or strategic overview of what that looks like in our region, let alone in our district in Queenstown under the regional deal. So I'm trying to, I would propose that we receive regular updates from the steering group committee and the relevant authorities as a standing item in this committee until the regional deal is complete.
Okay, and seconded. Jim wants to have his name on the last of the minutes. That's Jim Thompson. Did you get that? Give you got the motion. Receive updates with the committee and the steering committee
and the relevant authorities, because we've got the regional council, we've got the NZTA, we have the district council.
Can I make that a regular update though?
Yeah,
sorry.
It can be from staff.
I don't want 20 reports.
But we need to collate those interested parties. So.
And steering group out. No, so it's not fast track. It's on the Otago Central Lakes Regional Deal. Thank you. Thank you. And then, no, sorry, I'm just going to insert it as speaking and Jim Thompson. Thank you.
So just to clarify, are we a receiver of the reports? What's the role of this committee?
It's so that if we receive the information, we can then make sure that the plans are consistent with it, or we can go back and say it wasn't true. It will receive the reports and probably for noting, but it may come up that people want to just say, well, this isn't making sense to us.
And go back to where?
We'd go back to the steering group if there was an issue. I'm
Or the
hoping
relevant authorities. that-
it would be, I mean, it would be very, very nice to think that the next, relevant authority, the steering group may have a member of the regional transport committee on it, considering roading will be a
It
component.
has at the moment.
The point, once again, the point is strategic oversight here, and as I said, at the moment, there isn't any, and I mean, I think we need to encourage NZTA, for instance, to take a leadership in the role of assessing the MRT alternatives, and providing some assessment of those. We need to understand from the regional council what their assessment of target rates, for instance, are of any operational issues. And the regional council need to be able to demonstrate that they're integrating it into its broader transport plan. So
Would you like to add, it would be very helpful to, in the next training, to have the steering group to have a member of the regional land transport committee?
That's a really good idea.
I don't know whether we can influence that because it's subject to an MOU between those various councils, but that's what I'm doing at the other day, is asking them to invite, report back to us to demonstrate those things.
And the problem is it's going to be confidential anyway. Yeah.
I wonder if we might think about pointing out the inconsistencies from these things that you brought together, Lorraine, and Daniel, thank you for bringing all those pieces together. And we can really see inconsistencies in there. And I wonder if those inconsistencies should be highlighted to our home councils. You know, like the Otago Regional Council actually should understand that these things are inconsistent. The time of use charging is inconsistent with the, and I've got reasons for that, if anybody wants them, with the infrastructure plan.
The
It's
infrastructure plan is not the
inconsistent
government.
with the going for growth, doesn't matter. These things are all, there are some major inconsistencies that should be pointed out. Okay.
Madam Chair, speaking to the motion, and the reason I seconded it was not to get my name in the minutes. But philosophically, it comes back to the effectiveness of this committee. It's an opportunity to be proactive, not reactive.
Thank you. Yes, and I'm sorry for my human. Poorly stated. Thank you. I should have said consistency. Thank you.
I just asked a question just in regards and trying to understand regional build and sorry, we're all doing that, but also sitting in here in Gore, rural issues, Southland District bridges, and going, are they pumping money in there and sucking us dry? You know, that's a discussion. And then I'm sitting there as a going, well, yeah, I can understand the issues, but you know, from a political point of view, we got issues too, you know, and that probably comes to Jim's what I was talking about with the rural, and actually we need to focus on what we focus, but actually we understand both parties, but we're really understanding a regional deal. These are special deals. They're too big for the local
with no money attached.
With no money attached, but equally doesn't have consequences to the RLTP that I do think that are relevant to you, because suddenly the completion of the Queenstown package sucks up the RLTP for 2.5 years, then you guys get no money. So I do think it's relevant. There are opportunity costs that we do need, I think, that are relevant to the whole region for sure.
Yeah.
As well as that model, the time of use charging and the public transport models and things are relevant to the broader region.
It's just, you know, that's where the feeling south. We need
absolutely.
We can't get our milk or meat to the most direct route to the processes, the inefficiencies and the cost of the economy, just as the economy not being able to get towards really, or housing more people living in certain areas. So, you know, we're always going for that balance, but I think Jim's discussion about having that.
Yeah.
But
Not bad ideas.
And also, the other thing I've been doing in Dunedin is I have the minutes from this meeting noted at the infrastructure committee follows, so that the councillors in Dunedin actually, because I was always nervous at the fact that I'm here speaking to Dunedin and they have no idea what I said. So they actually then get to read the minutes, and then we actually, last time I did it was about a 30-minute discussion on what we've been doing at the RTC. And that's pretty useful, because then by that point, then territorial authorities can actually have an opinion on this stuff as well, and it's being aggregated to this committee, but then handed back to the councillors you represent. So I'm quite keen on having those reports to rights.
Thank you. Look, that in itself is a really good reflection because I think it is very, our minutes go to our regional council and they should all be circulating to every council. We're only as strong as the mandate we've got to be here, and taking Jim's point, if we're going to be effective, we have to, it's not just us collectively having these discussions, they have to go back to the councils as well. I'm going to come back to that in a moment. I think there's one of the so the time use, Otago, I'm going to come back to the motions that all together at the end. The Otago Regional Public Transport Plan, that was just for noting. I'm hoping that everyone understands that, as was the Southland Regional Public Transport Plan. Are there any questions on either of those last two?
Just two very quick points. I did extend an invite to Richard Saunders to report on his learnings from the gondola study.
Yes, that's going to be, that's a separate piece.
Okay, and secondly, that, and although we can't make a submission on it, that one of the key components of the time of use charging is transport equity, and I do think that's relevant at the broader level.
Yeah. Thank you. My understanding is that the report is going to be done, but that's like, it's in here, but it's slightly separate. Sorry. And I don't want to complicate it anymore for Cara here, who's trying to keep up on a pretty muddly. Apologies. So the first motion is to note this report. The second motion is request staff to prepare a submission on the going for housing growth program. And circulate to members and then delegate to the chairs to sign. And that will be on the basis of the discussion around the table. The third one is to receive the joint regular, sorry, it's on the
infrastructure plan.
Yeah, the infrastructure plan, there was another one here. So on the draft national, so for us to submit on the draft national infrastructure plan, as per the discussion. Now, who moved that? That was Jim. Alexa. And Jim O'Malley seconded that one. And that is, again, as per the discussion, it will be circulated with that. Yeah, sorry, can that one just be for the chairs sign off? I don't think we've got time to circulate.
Yeah, that's right.
And delegate to the chairs to sign. And then and then the other one is that the committee seeks to receive. Sorry, just there's some typos here. And then here that the committee seek regular. Joint regular updates from this Otago Central Lakes Regional Deal Steering Group and relevant authorities on the progress.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah. Okay. Any discussion? Those are all separately moved and seconded.
And the submissions be circulated at the time they've been signed off.
Yes, they're the one that, yes, we'll definitely send the submission through. Yep, absolutely. The other ones will be circulated for comment, and we will ask you to do it relatively quickly, please. I know it's always hard when you get these things in between meetings. It is the perfect process. So do anyone else want to speak to the motions that they've already had their names to? Any further discussion? All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, carried. Thank you, Ria. You're doing very well. I'm sorry, I'm not looking at the screen. If anyone sees Ria putting her hand up, please do let me know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, just when are we going to deal with Kiwi Rail? Is it later?
Yeah, it's under general business, but it's not under one of these. Sorry, I have to do it that way because it's public. Yeah, absolutely.
I just want to check that Lorraine and Russell, we've got enough on those submissions. In the direction.
I think some no, hopefully they have in the background as well. As I said, we'll reach out to our other colleagues and we'll also peruse any documents that have gone through TC.
Thank you.
Still may
That's a
be
big job.
pretty brief. It may be pretty brief, but it's just giving us and it's nice to support that, yeah, separate also. Okay, now it is now, I think, lunchtime. Are you happy to have a break now, or do you want to? I think the next item is far too substantial to, and I think it raises another discussion that may have to be had. So I'm going to move to adjourn now for lunch, second Jeremy. And we'll come back here at 1. Is that too short a time? And the
Perfect.
problem, you guys getting together is terrible, because I just heard the joy of happens when I had to break you up before. Bria, you have a nice time, and we will see you back at 1.
Excellent. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. All right, thanks. welcome back from the lunch ceremony, which was really nice. Thank you to whoever organised that. Russell?
Cool.
And a lot of chat. The next item, in order to have staff available in the room, is now going to be with the lead of the committee 8.6, the update on the South District Council's bridge replacement, page 65. Now, Hartley, do you want to speak to this, or Russell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just introduce it. So at the last meeting, was a report on issues around Southland District bridges and their repair. Can you ask for a bit more detail? So I'm not sure whether you are expecting the level of detail that we're giving you or not. However, we thought that it was necessary to do it in that manner. We normally include that level of detail in the report. I think that the report just highlights these are all issues. So, and it's really a matter of what can the committee do to ensure.
And had we done the agenda in a different order, thank you, Russell, is I think just getting really good fit for purpose processes would be something I'd be saying to the infrastructure committee. It's well and good having the best of plans, but if your processes make it difficult and they're clunky, that's where a lot of time can go. So Hartley, did you want to speak to it? It is very detailed. It's a great, very interesting report, and I feel sorry for you. But I think it's a piece, yeah, and I actually feel sorry for Ian as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think Russell covered off probably the aspects. I suppose from my side, what's maybe not always visible is the fact that we get funding approved through TIO, which is a system, but often as part of that funding, and it varies for different councils, but there may be a set of secondary conditions effectively that comes with that funding, or that's process often driven. To be fair, probably to a certain extent to NZTA, some that's not necessarily NZTA driven, that could be the government of the day driven. But it does show, I think this highlights that the secondary processes can result in a hold-up of releasing funding and therefore programs being delivered. The other aspect to that is with bridges in particular, we've effectively lost 12 months out of a 3-year program, but the expectation doesn't change around having to deliver that same program within that same 3-year funding period, which effectively gives you 24 months to deliver a 3-year funding program, or you risk losing that funding.
And in a climate that is less helpful to doing that work in, say, compared to a other area of New Zealand. Yeah.
Correct. And so that becomes the key factor on whether we actually have the ability then to deliver on what we said we want to and can deliver on and need to deliver on, becomes a big challenge. And listening to some of the conversation earlier this morning, I think it's a good example also of where longer term programming and longer term funding, particularly around activities that are looking after what we have in terms of renewing existing assets, there should definitely be, I think, a good business case for that, because you don't have these ebbs and flows then in terms of work programs, not just for the councils, but also for our contractors that are delivering on the work, and then ultimately relates back to the efficiency and effectiveness of both from a cost point of view to deliver the work, but also meeting our community's expectations.
So, could you have done the second process, the SP, whatever it was? Could you have done that earlier than your long-term plan, or was it just a surprise to you that you had to do it because you thought you'd get covered it off in the PBO, whatever it was? Sorry, the anagram.
Yeah, both SP2 and the present value end of life. So it's effectively, they both relate to economic processes. It speaks more around the change in process. So present value end of life was not a process that local councils had to do, I'd say 4 years ago. The last NLTP was introduced post-adoption, so there was no ability to do anything before the NLTP was adopted. were aware of it this time. We've submitted as part of our application, but despite that, so I say you need SB2 and it's getting those processes right way around, I suppose. But that wasn't the expectation per se of sign-off previously. So there's a change in process of where that sign-off occurs and at what point.
And just last question for me is page 52. If I look at the Southland District Council's organisation, their activity class, is this in the under expenditure?
Yep.
And which line is that?
The 4.9 million.
Yeah, that one. Okay. Yeah. Local road improvements. That's great. Do you want to talk to this, Ian, at all? Not saying you're a defending position. Just any which way that we can assist, because there's two issues here. One is saying we need to have long-term plans and that the money shouldn't be lost because of the process. And the other way is potentially submitting on the process itself.
Yeah, look, I think from an NZTA point of view, we know we've got some processes that are not as clear as they need to be or as effective as they are in terms of turning them around quite quickly. We've learned some lessons from this one. So we thank Southland District for the patience on it, but realise it's put them in the weeds a little bit as well.
Mm-hmm.
The PVOL and the SB2 were a change in the process, which we kind of all had to adapt to. And we've had to look at our internal capacity and resourcing that we put onto the different gates and approvals. So there is a bit of work internally where we're definitely looking to not get in the way of local government around the efficiency that we should be providing. And we're just going to continue to work at that.
So is it all go with some of the bridges, like your pipeline has started to go? The risk point now is that you can't get it all done in 2 years. And you put that money at risk.
So we're happy that because it happened to be year one, we can still achieve what we need to in years 2 and 3.
Right.
But there are still some bridges in year 3, and that's where the flow and effect could be that year 3's program could be at risk. The issue we had a similar issue in the last NLP. It was year 2, and that really put the pressure on for year 3, and we did not spend all our money in year 3 for our bridging program. Some of that pushed over into this NLPP, and that was associated with not getting approvals at the minute. So the risk is definitely there of not being able to deliver everything within effectively a 3-year program within 2 years.
And this affects the infrastructure commission, one of the types of problems they're talking about, and wanting to have those major pipelines and being the surety of supply, but also it's really clunky when they all set to go for work and it stops. So, should we be using it as an example of that if we do a submission? That's one, yeah.
I think, I think it is a good example because it's both I suppose from a council point of view, but also, as I mentioned, even the contractors might have contractors from out of town or contractors having staff that they've geared up both from a skill level point of view and investing in their staff. But why would you invest if you've got no surety that in 2 years' time there's any work? Or we might have 12 months where effectively staff sitting around with no work because the pipeline isn't there to push the work out.
Given the risk, there's no point us doing anything in the interim, or there is, to get that surety of funding, even if it's a carryover in the year 3 to year 4. Is that something we should be addressing now or do it at a later stage with the new committee?
I suppose from my perspective, this is only based on the current program. The funding is now released as indicated in the report, so where we'll go, we're out the market, preparing the work. Full steam ahead for us at this point in time. So I'd say it's more looking at the future that we can not to have this issue going forward.
Thank you. Christine.
Thank you. I just appreciate your comments that you recognise your processes we're wanting, I guess, and also you've indicated you're going to have a look at this. I guess my next question is, will the look be completed so that next year we're not going to strike and the years after the same problems, and I think there's a role for this committee in monitoring that.
Well, from a lessons learned point of view, we shouldn't cite the same problem and the same
Yes.
issue. The challenge, I suppose, is when we change some of our funding requirements as the GPS changes all funding rules. So I think there's a lesson learned for us as we map through what the flow through of that is to make sure that that's not then going to do captures of improvements or ourselves.
But also has cost implications, but I think there is a role for this committee in if having that influence over ensuring it does continue as planned.
Thank you. Jeremy.
Just to follow up on that is, now that the council, if this is the system that you're being, it won't slow the process. I know there is a cost, but we know that legislation rules do take time. But is it going to be able to be, for the future, if this stays where it is, you understand it and it can be easily worked, or is it still just another hurdle to get over to be removed?
Are we aware of parts of the process, and we did our bit in terms of when we submitted our application for funding, we submitted some of the paperwork with it at that point in time. The bit that's out of our control is how quickly it's signed off on the likes of NZTA. We don't have visibility on their resourcing, their flow process around how that may occur. So to a certain extent, we do have it handed over, and then it's to a certain extent, other than us chasing it, is outside of our control.
Just to follow up, so with the NZTA, in regards to, so it's obviously a longer process dealing with more hurdles, or is it a capacity thing to get the things done?
Yeah, well, there's 2 checks now, so we didn't always have the 2 checks, and then there's I suppose the problem is, what Hartley advised the committee of last time when he came to see it, is we've got a lot of bridge stock now that's getting that age, so the volume of bridges coming through for funding approval is increasing. So that's a capacity issue that we've got to manage.
Jim?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So that actually is a nice segue into what I was going to ask, is we've got a lot of our council asset managers in the room. Surely there is benefit in us trying to work cooperatively, because I've heard NZTA talk about a number of end-of-life bridges. If collectively we were going to market with 50 or 100 bridges to replace over a certain period of time, there's going to be some efficiencies for everyone in the system that will actually cost the ratepayer and the taxpayer less if we actually put action on that.
Yeah, we certainly talked before about fixed stands, pre-designs and things, so that we could get some efficiencies of form and design.
Yes, the Minister of Infrastructure was very clear that this idea of having bespoke bridges here everywhere is not acceptable and will not be funded, that they will be more modular and plain, but efficient and cheap, but with a long life. So I think the message here is, in no criticism, because I know Southland have done a huge amount of work in the space and we're ready. The fact is that you need to have a really long line of shovel-ready projects ready to go, and we all need to be in that space, but also be really aware that when the next GPS comes out, and that will have to be different, that we have to be as flexible as we can to ensure that we can get projects in through that door as quickly as possible. And that's making sure that we've got the contractors in that space, knowing very clearly what our potential roles are, and those are things that may not be funded now as well. So that's the biggest part really in the paper we'll go into next. Christine,
can I just ask another clarification question? Are we having a lot of bridges with bespoke designs, or is that, because that's the impression that can be left, I think, by those who speak nationally?
Beautiful bridges.
For ourselves, no, we don't. They're pretty modular. We don't have any pre-designs. We leave that up to the contractor through our design build tender, and for the most part, particularly the smaller structures, they just cause the shelf designs.
I think Beaumont's probably one of the example services. But it's done a very amazing job with the cycleway and things. So.
It may have, but I just wouldn't like to leave
Yes.
the impression that councils are organising bespoke designs at the cost to their ratepayers.
It's a really good point.
But in urban areas, there may be more demand for that than others. Yes.
I could just add, I suppose the other question was around, and Murray was a good point on that, around, I suppose, teaming up with other councils, and that work stream, I suppose, as a whole. There's definitely opportunities, and ourselves and board have been working on that, and for this up and coming season, we've actually got 2 boundary bridges plus one that's in the board district that we've gone to market at the same time using the same document, same procurement process. So yeah, there will be limits. I would say depends on how far away you are from neighbouring authorities. But definitely opportunity.
Good.
These aren't prefab bridges, are they? But the designs are off the shelf, but they're still built on site.
Sorry, no, they're not necessarily designed built on site. They're brought to site. Yeah, there will be some of the construction work that does occur on site, like the piles, etc. But no, the bridges aren't actually boxed and built on site. It's on site.
I guess what I'm getting at is because I started working with some of the heavy industry companies in Dunedin about this whole idea. Is it possible at the moment to actually have a pre-built bridge that's built from like 50 of them are built in a row by a manufacturer and are sitting in a yard to be delivered and they come out? Does that exist in New Zealand?
Yes, to a certain extent.
Because actually I was talking to the CEO of Farris, his wife was on that national bridge thing, and he was saying that that's at least a couple of years away from delivery or it delivers. So I was wondering, I don't really know the context of this. I was kind of going to reach out to you guys actually to see what you're really facing. But
Murray, you're going to answer this question before I go to Quentin.
Yeah, through Madam Chair. Yes, so that's exactly what we do. The main component, the deck slab, is prefabricated and is basically a standard design. So it's really only the footings, the foundation for the bridge that need to be designed bespoke because the conditions at Everbridge are likely to be slightly different. But the main components are
already
standardised. We can, War District Council completed one bridge just finished financial year, and that was based on design that Southland District had been using in their previous packages. So we're able to take advantage of that.
And these are over 50-ton bridges?
Sorry.
Yeah.
They're bigger than 50-ton bridges? They can take the 50-ton trucks?
Yes.
Yes, yeah, they're class 1.
Sorry, yes, above class 1, so you're 54 tonners.
And so therefore then, if there's already prefab bridges being made, how much more efficiency could we get in the construction of the bridges?
I think one of the aspects is, well, there's two components. One is that some of the manufacturers don't just manufacture bridges, they manufacture other concrete panels as alike. So you still end up, they're not going to have 20 just sitting there because that's money doing nothing for them. So the molds, etc. So it's a case of still have to get into that queue because you might be competing with a vertical build, new museum or a new industrial building somewhere that's expecting panels. So you still have to end up in the queue. But the mold is a standard mold. So the other aspect is, I suppose, around the efficiencies, knowing that you've got X amount of work for X amount of extended period of time is where I think some of the efficiency of cost gains will come in. Because you're not having to try and ramp up for a whole bunch of work and then, as I sort of explained earlier, sit around for 2 months with staff that you may potentially have to try and keep busy doing something else while the next round of bridges or the next work program comes out.
So would that be something that the committee could take on is getting the demands from each of the councils that are on the Southland Committee as to what your future demands are.
That's very much what that's where I think we've been getting those work streams, like Southland and stuff. So I think that possibly emotional last time, I think that
And then combining with Canterbury and the other ones, so that trying to do with Three Waters, where we get a large South Island national annual ordering system going, so manufacturing set up.
Extra capacity and expertise,
Yeah, thanks. I was just, it's interesting this overlap between the NZTA delivered bridges and the local ones responsible for local authorities. And I know that in our district, the Arthur's Point Bridge, for instance, is an incredibly complex bridge for local government to deliver. And I sort of wonder whether, I think we've struggled to have the real expertise to deliver something that complex. And so I just wondered whether that was encountered elsewhere. Is there a threshold where this actually naturally sits more with NZTA, for instance, where there's a more collective set of expertise and bridges above a certain scale and of course complexity? Just wonder if that's the thought moving forward.
or PPP.
Or a service agreement or whatever it is, because I just think, you look at what happened in the Coromandel, for instance, where they delivered a very complex bridge very quickly and efficiently, and there seem to be some learnings from that around how that can be replicated or whatever, but we just don't do enough of them to ever gain any level of expertise in bridge delivery.
And that's getting South on, with the expertise, because there are curved bridges and stuff that we need to be putting in. Don't know that we know the answer to that one, but I think that the fact is it's not on the list yet, so therefore doesn't get penciled yet. Sorry, Murray.
Just to answer through, at least partially answer that question. Most of the independent local authorities do employ special bridge consultants who have that knowledge and are able to do the investigations and design where that's required beyond standardised design. So I think that is reasonably well handled, and those consultants in doing that can add to their own knowledge.
Yeah, and I totally understand that, but I just think even the process, you have relationships with companies that design. I just think there's some efficiencies to be gained there. Starting from nowhere and having to deliver an incredibly complex bridge is a very difficult thing.
Doing the build itself may be easy, but it's the traffic management there.
Everything.
Who's my head to even think about it? Jeremy.
Just quickly, when you look at scale, you've got a consistent workload with councils, these like Clearfield or STC. Have you ever gone to them and understand the commitment if you say, look, we need X amount of bridges, we're not going to be putting in each year. It's almost like stockpiling. You give us an efficient build, like once they're built, the foundations and everything are a different story. The actual bridges such to challenge the infrastructure or engineers and that, saying, look, how many do you need to make X amount of?
Jeremy's offering his headaches.
But but I'm actually saying that now is the cheapest time to build. They're only going to get expensive, and the demand's going to get more and more. And it may, someone's going to pay for it, but it actually probably a very good investment to have them there working with the government. But you might get efficiencies
and smooth this.
And like you don't need to reinvent well. There is technicalities to it, but I'm saying the basics of the bridge. Has that ever been scoped out that it might be 100 million, but it could be a cheap 100 million future to have these being built for the future and you get work teams to get it done, and hopefully eventually government and we'll get the idea as well.
Civil defence option too. You have a region that gets hit by a cyclone and it needs 10 bridges put back in quickly, and you've got a stockpile. So
there are stockpiles in South Island, but all in Canterbury at the moment.
No, but I mean, really taking this. So can I ask a question of the top, guys? The deck itself versus the supports and the piles, which is the most expensive part of the bridge? Because there's not much point if having to put the support. So if they're 3 times the cost of the deck, then the deck isn't really the cost.
Madam Chair, it varies considerably depending on the complexity or the type of ground foundations that you've got available. So it's probably quite difficult to actually say that decks are always lower cost than the foundations because of those different conditions that apply in each situation.
I guess my feeling is if the foundations are a big part of the cost and they are always unique to each of the bridges, then do you get much savings out of the standardisation of the decks?
So, Chair, I think we do.
I think we got the.
To the extent that we can.
There was a report at the last meeting that touched on that possibly happening. Your last time.
Yeah, I can't, sorry, I can't remember, and even in terms of that question, I mean, we do have the numbers there, I just can't recall off the top of my head what they are. So it is something that we could aggregate it over the last 30 bridges bulk, what it actually aggregated out at, is it a 2/3, 1/3, or whatever the numbers work out. So happy to sort of provide a note back on that, or even email it out to members.
Sorry, this is really interesting stuff, but I know Hartley has to leave in about 2 minutes, so I just want to keep this over.
Yeah, I used to, through you, Madam Chair, I used to work for a company that we built quite a few bridges around the Coast District. And up until the likes of 20 metres, bridges are pretty simple steel wise. It is all in the footings.
Yeah, thank you. You know, that's all good stuff. Sorry, I'm going to suggest that all we do for this, given the context and the background that we've been given in the oral questions, that we just note the report. I think if anything changes in the GPS, we certainly want to make sure that we're over any different changes in process. But the white heads in this room, I think, will collect that should have happened. And if we're going for a 10-year strategy next time, then hopefully it won't happen more than once. So on that basis, I'm really happy to move that we note the report, seconded by Finland.
Second this one? Yeah, okay.
Any discussion? All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much, Hartley.
Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. We're now back to item 8.3, which is the Regional Land Transport and Development Review of Strategic Section. Thank you very much, everyone, for reading this so thoroughly. But Russell's just given me a suggestion, and he would like to talk to it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since this report was put together, and particularly since the meeting where the workshop that you had about the environmental statements, etc., it's been a lot more stuff coming out from the government, structure commission, etc. And dare I say it, more particularly the discussion that I was sitting here this morning listening to around where the committee would like to see things going in the future, and how the committee wants to operate. And I am going to suggest that whilst the work that has been undertaken is wasted, but instead of going into a great deal of detail in what we've got in the report here, that you ask us to take the discussions this morning, incorporate it back into the way that we can, looking at the problem statements, looking at the other components that we've got to have in the RLDP, and bring it, just the timing doesn't fit that very well, but bring it back to the new committee. The component that I would like to comment on, or we would like to comment on, is the proposal that we RLTPs today for the joint ones in particular have been, like the transport story has been at a reasonably amalgamated level, and what we do for things to all people. It probably means that it isn't actually focused on an outlet. And the concept of developing a really strong, say, rural story, a really strong urban story, and a really strong. We started off calling it a tourism story, and then realised that it didn't actually, it wasn't really about tourism, it was really about high growth areas, etc. So, and high growth areas, if we talk about high growth areas, that may primarily be around that central Otago area, but with some components in the Dunedin City area as well that fits. So we need to actually, and we're talking about Queenstown area, we can't leave out the linkages that go across to the west coast and leave linkages to Tiana and Belford. So the concept of actually providing a much greater level of detail into that area that rural authorities can have a much greater ability. I'm happy with that concept without necessarily looking at all the headings and saying that's how we started off. That was a starter for 10. But we will go back and we will do a whole lot more work. And I think probably end up with a document that I was talking to Councillor Forbes lunchtime. Perhaps will give you as the RTC as politicians the opportunity of being politicians rather than sitting around the table. In other words, we produce a document that gives you some pointers to actually be aiming arrows at other people for. You haven't done that. That'd be good.
Happy to move.
So that would be, you wish to note the report and ask staff to come back with more work than you.
Based on broader discussions, I don't know what everybody
Based
else
on
thinks about
discussions
it.
this morning. Okay.
And the votes.
So I think there's a lot of, I've got purple pen right through it, so I'd say triple Z's.
And I think one thing said of moving forward is that we might be able to, while those strategic directions and problem statements are all valuable, also highlighting risks and opportunities as well in there. Because increasingly we're finding, like we talked about earlier, that there are major risks associated with not delivering transport as required. They're not well highlighted on.
So that's the sort of thing in the discussion this morning that has really struck me. That, yeah, I'm saying, hey, look, let's revisit it.
And some of those ideas I really like that.
Yeah. Okay, who would like to second that motion? Thank you. Any discussion other than that? All in favour, please say aye.
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 That's carried. So this one. So.
Maybe we have talked quite a lot as well.
I think we have.
It's 1:35.
Russell, so we will put seats.
So that just, it's nice to hear this sort of.
The next paper is the summary of the Otago Southland Continuous Programs expenditure to June 2025, and that's on page 15. This is outstanding work. I just want to say it is really good to see what you're doing and the progress we're making. Would you like to talk to this report, Russell?
Briefly, Madam Chair, it really should be noted that this is the first year, the end of the first year of a 3-year cycle. And although these are numbers for continuous programs with maintenance, renewals, etc. The final approvals for all of that funding wasn't until 3 months into the financial year. It's been indicative funding improved before that. I know that Hartley's gone now, but in the, you mentioned the Southland District one with $5 million of the underspend is actually his bridges. That could and Jay, won't be too many authorities that have declared surpluses at this moment in a 3-year program, so therefore the intention is that funding will be brought up on over the next couple of years. I think that from this committee's point of view, it's a matter of just in 12 months' time, we're still in the same situation. Some serious questions. And I think that in terms of the state highway program, he's probably going to mention that as part of that.
So this is really basically what you're saying is 9 months delivery as opposed to a whole year, and considering we're also limited by weather often. I think it's outstanding. It's and it's good that that some of those issues, the Southland District especially, has been understood. Are there any questions of staff?
So it's not a question, just a comment so much. I see for some of the councils, they'll put another column of the comments and some haven't. It would be useful if that's added to the template so that comments come with the report.
I absolutely agree. The report, the time frame for this report was actually really, really short because based on the final claims that we did on the 7th of July, it had to be later by the 7th of July. We had to have the report out to go through internal approval procedures. There was a couple of parties that put some comments in, but they had provided the comments earlier,
right,
before their final claims went in. So I just didn't have time. We just didn't have time.
But Murray wants to offer his up now.
Sorry, I just wanted to point out, or doesn't the figures for board do appear to be missing? We did submit
On page 51, and it was on page 51.
Sorry, I'll retract that.
But there are no comments, and I thought you were going to give us all the background, but I thought if you were trying to overspend, that was pretty good underspend.
Well, I can give some comment on it. The underspends are a large portion of that $20,000 was for pavement rehabilitation, which we are basically accumulating a 3-year period because it was quite small, relatively small amount for that work. And there were a couple of other expenditure, and one of those was the Kiwi Rail funding, which we did have a reasonable amount in what, but Kiwi Rail didn't expend any year, which was expected of the vast for the period. So there are some legitimate reasons for it.
Kiwi Rail will let you fix your thing as if you want to pay for it. We just heard that this morning.
Thank you. I just think the textual information here is really important. Otherwise, if people pick that up, they're making assumptions here which are totally incorrect.
Well, I think noting that it's actually a 9-month report for 7%. But certainly that idea of building up your funding and doing once parts and things that all make 60 cents rather than getting everything in two small bits. That's yes, it would help. But it's a good report to have. And this is our continual improvement that we get these. Waitaki, just out on the field the other day, we went to Whakanui, and I went to ask this in the bridge replacement. How many people were are replacing single lane bridges for single lane bridges still? What is,
Pretty big discussion.
Madam Chair, I think you'll find that our friends at NZTA would only fund like for like.
Okay, and that's what's driving that.
And with 13,000 ratepayers, we couldn't afford to give an alternative for the second.
No, that actually isn't criticism because it seems like a really good traffic management issue as well there, because otherwise it applied for it. But which would have been scary as well, being on site. But it was more in the other context of other like single lane bridges, which are probably more in growth areas. And at what point do you decide that that's a growth area and won't be a single lane bridge? So I think that's one of the things that I've been really concerned about long term, that you've got a potential growth area and you still do like the line. And I just don't know, it's a big piece that I don't understand, and I think it'd be really helpful for the next ones to understand, but no one here. Alright.
Just advising that, there's also the opposite, direction. We are looking at replacement with forwards in some cases. We are single lane bridges near the end of a no exit road, for instance, only servicing one or two properties, maybe a better lower cost.
That's the SB2 paper, isn't it? Yeah, that's where that was driving it. Yeah. Yeah. I know, thank you. Anyway, it wasn't a criticism, John. I answered that. Sorry, yes?
Just a comment. We can fund an improvement to a bridge as long as it prioritizes. So we don't have anything that we won't fund it. It just has to prioritize.
So if it was in a growth area, say the Cable Bridge or the Albert Town or even the Nugget, and it's seen as high likelihood of growth, it may be changed.
Yeah, so it's not location based, but it's based on how it rates and how it can.
Okay.
So if it can get a high enough prioritization of the threshold of activity costs can afford, then it can fund it. I mean, we're in challenging climate as well, right? But just wanted to clarify that yes, we will, and we can fund it. We may not be able to, but it's allowed.
Yeah, it's good. I think it's just really good when you're wishing upon things and communities are wanting things they won't used to get what they don't. That's good. Reminder. That note, that's why I have moved that paper be noted with thanks to the staff for delivering. All in favour, please. I'll move seconded Phil. All in favour, please say aye. That's very critical. 8.5, the Regional Land Transport Plan Improvement Project Status Update. Who is you, Russell, going to talk to this?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, this is a messy report from the department statement. It's as a result of the issues that were highlighted earlier in the where the government policy statement came out right at the end of the planning process and changed the priorities for everything. So we had an RLPP that had a lot of projects in it, been prioritised and had been consulted on. And one of the things that the Act actually requires us to do is monitor progress against the projects in the RLTP. Now, this is an attempt to do so, and so the comments that are in there are related to projects we were able to get some sort of alignment. See those who've got that regional priorities against them. The comments have come back from the state highway sector, and I'm not sure whether you are going to look to that now or later, but it just really highlights to me the issues around getting GPS so latent piece and big changes in government direction just create so much in single space.
Jim.
That happened across all the transport. And I guess that's the other, do we want as a committee to make that statement? Because I mean, the radical changes in GPS did have a fairly big impact on our budget. I don't know, as a committee. So we need, basically what we are needing out of central government is consistency of policy that survives elections.
Can we answer the question that was just posed with Ian first, and then we'll come to the decision of the council? Well, if we want to provide some comments.
I'll provide some of it in
the
topic that we're going to discuss later in the agenda.
Okay, so you would like us to respond to the government and basically pointing out that while this doesn't, we haven't delivered against those things because of change of government policy and why we need enduring policy over 3 years. Is that the commentary you would like us to given a relatively positive sense, I presume.
Yeah, the
Helpful sense.
transport committees require sufficient forward surety to be able to plan properly. Local authorities.
Yeah, look, I think it's been interesting. We've had a couple of smaller wins, but not, the Cape Lab formation and the things that have come back through the low cost, low risk program, but that we were previously declined on. Anyway, it's interesting. But then as with the Albertown Bridge, for instance, is despite that meeting the guidelines of the GPS and getting priority from the regional land transport plan, it's been defeated at the national level. So
it's a good one to use in the growth for housing.
Well, it's a no-brainer. We've got data now that says within 5 years the level of service falls off the cliff, but don't even have the planning progressing on it really. I mean, they're hoping Chad might be able to.
We've got it. The planning stage
to start to develop a business case for it, but really, if we're only starting the business case in year 3, but we've got levels of service falling off a cliff in 5 years, we're in big trouble. And that's actually a better case scenario than the Southern Corridor. The Southern Corridor falls off a cliff in 2 years. In terms of level of service, but we've got no transport funding for the Southern Corridor. So anyway, it's just a misalignment that we keep.
I think it would be helpful to use that as an example.
We did have some funding for public transport for the Southern Corridor, and we've actually introduced service frequency increases as of 30 June, and they have been well received. More, but some relief in that area.
Thank you for the correction, because
I was
I appreciate it.
NZTA funding, but the case from they're projecting a need for 60%, 50% mode shift in the Southern Corridor in order to make it work, and that doesn't compute. So there clearly needs to be broader interventions.
But let's just make this clear. It's a simple example. And I think that our Albertown Bridge one is, and so I've got that we note the report and that we provide some commentary, giving this an example of the Albertown Bridge, that RCAs require forward. You've got it here. It require surety and policy to ensure effective and efficient planning. That's moved by Jim, seconded by.
And I'll probably just add to meet demand as well, because I think the demand increases are, sorry.
Yeah. And did you want to second that one since you spoke to it? Any further discussion or comment? All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Thanks. Carried. So that 2 goes this up. Right. Then we've done 8.6, we've rolled through. That takes us to N. Welcome in again, New Zealand Transport Agency update. You've got a few slides for us, have you?
Yep. Just let me back to the screen. Yeah, I'm just trying to launch it in a moment. No.
Getting an update, is it? I did read it up with, Ian's doing on this. James Cagle was at the New Zealand Transport, the local government conference, and he pushed us all well. He is missing being around this table. He doesn't know when he's coming back yet. We told him we were happy with him.
He tells me he wants to come back. He doesn't want to get the seat too.
He sat in on the meeting, as did Emma Spade, who does the North and South with the minister.
still takes the odd phone call, so we can always.
Yes, yes. Your Ian's number.
No. With your permission, Madam Chair, I might just rattle through it.
Yeah, go for it.
As we go. We'll start with a bit of a national update. So you'll be aware that we talked about it before. We had a big sort of maintenance delivery this last year. Big change for us as we got into more of the bigger pavement strengthening works that we wanted to do rather than just pure reseals. We had a bit of a backlog with that, and so we've rebuilt quite a considerable amount of lane kilometres, so the 84 kilometres there. We've got a bit of focus over the winter around some of our reactive winter treatments, and obviously we've in the last few weeks we've had quite a bit of snow and ice, and we've had, you'll have noticed some of the networks that are in Innerbury, particularly up around that Twickenham, Twizel, have had some closures due to ice, which is kind of becoming a bit of a theme for us in the last couple of winters. The thing that we're doing now is just getting ready to get into the next season. We've got another big season to come up, and the pothole process continues. So we've had some benefits from that. Challenge always is that sometimes we're filling potholes and suboptimal times a year, so we've got to come back to them a couple of times before we get them complete. Speed management. So we've had some changes in speed management, and we've worked through those. Our focus now is around getting the VSLs, variable speed limits, outside schools on state highways installed by 1 July 2026. So we've got that underway, and then the next step is we've got some high risk intersections and projects which require us to do some changes, so we're just going to prioritise those. And then beyond that, we've had quite a big request which we share in our community register for speed limit changes through townships and different areas, and that's coming through a number of sources, sometimes by communities, sometimes through MPs or from RCAs. And we're just going to now start to work our way through those and prioritise them and just see what we can afford to do and manage through that process. So it's just a bit of a watch in that space. National ticketing continues on. Probably the update with that is not quite where we want to be with it. Quite an aspirational and ambitious process. So we're not going to be in a position to start the launch in Timaru and Temuka mid-year as planned. That's been gone. What we're doing instead is we're working with ECAN on an alternative delivery mechanism to expand on the cashless payment system they've had in their Route 29 and roll that out more broadly, and then look at what a staged approach to actually building up to a full release with that would be through there. And we're also working with the PTAs at the moment on a revised regional rollout plan, what that looks like. So we're fairly confident now we understand the issues, and our supplier, certainly we've got quite close monitoring of how they're proceeding. We've just got to regroup a little bit and reset the plan on it. So it's a bit of a watch. It's still fundamentally the right thing to do, probably a bit more problematic than we first envisaged. So safety cameras, we've talked about that a bit before. So all of our fixed cameras now have got signs on them, so there should be no excuse that you're not coming up to a fixed camera. We are now in possession of a whole heap of new SUVs and trailers. So we've got lots of different colours of the SUVs and the trailers. Those are not going to be marked, so they're not going to be hidden either, so we're not burying them in a forest or over a wall. But we know we get 2 times the effectiveness of actually catching people speeding if we don't actually give them an advance notice that they're going to come into a speed zone. So the message very much is anytime, anywhere. And we continue to work closely with NZ Police, who have got an enforcement capability in car to do that. Right, regional update. Oops.
Just one quick question before we go ahead.
Yep.
So you mentioned that town's speed limits reviews, the things that target speed limit reviews. Is there any process by which you're inviting applications or submissions on that, just for consistency, or are you just collating what you're receiving organically?
Well, mostly we're collating what we received organically. We went to the West Coast RTC, and they said all their councils had a number of areas where they wanted to consider changes in the townships. And the West Coast Regional Council in that instance undertook to collate them. We said we'd be quite happy to receive a collated list.
So what's the path forward? Do you want us to go back and ask our authorities what speed limits changes they might like, or is there going to be an invite sent through?
They're not going to do, my understanding last reports is there's no time frame to do any in the next year. It's the year after.
Yeah, so at the moment we're starting to look at what we've got. So we've got a big list already. So we've got over 100 in our community registers.
The point being that you might miss some of the most important ones because they haven't been asked for. So work out how do you make sure they're all getting equal footing and prioritised in a meaningful way.
Yeah, look, I suppose our message at the moment is that any RC is welcome to submit.
We'll take that back.
Yeah. And I'll just make a note to the team that there might be more coming in.
Jim?
Well, can we also get the list of what you have already submitted?
That was the other side. I just thought that it could be a little bit.
Yeah. Let me
clearer.
Let me take that offline, and we'll navigate what we've got and what we can release and what. Yeah.
Thank you for the questions.
In theory, I don't see why not.
It's just that we send them to you, so we need to know that when they got to you.
Yeah.
They got to.
Yeah. Normally we just give you an acknowledgement it's going to be in the register. So.
Thanks, Ian.
Regional update. We'll just talk a little bit about our current underspends. So just super quick. We've probably got 5 areas we just want to quickly talk through. So we've got some underspend at the moment around our crown funding. So the main contributor in that for us is roads of regional significance in Queenstown, and we're actually it's on track. We're going a wee bit faster than we anticipated, and our current reconciliation is under what we forecast, which is good news.
Savings stay in Queenstown.
Yeah, but as Russell says, this is just 1 year, and got more to come in the difficult bits to come. The walking and cycling, we've again quite a bit of this is through in Queenstown with the A2 route. So we've got a bit of a delay at the moment in completing our pre-implementation design phase. And that's going to give us more certainty then around what the costs of that are and whether we can afford the scheme. So we've got to come through finishing design to look at those costs and then decide whether or not we can actually do the implementation that's needed there or not. So it's just a wee bit behind.
Is I7 in there as well? That's the Jack's point. Yeah.
Charles trusts us.
Yeah.
So we can't afford it.
Sorry, is there indication whether Jim's ways in or out?
Well, that's
It's funders, but can't afford it. No.
Well, that's my question. Is it going to happen? Anyway,
that's the process we're doing.
We'll keep asking.
We've got a bit of an underspend in our improvements. Part of that is we've Dunedin City and the hospital business cases paused a bit, but we just go through some consultation around third option. And we've got a slower start to a low cost, low risk programme than we anticipated. And we've got a bit of surplus from one of our projects as well. And then in Southland, the two main things in terms of the crown underspend, the main contributor there is just Ocean Beach. So we've just got it's a timing thing. There's a preempt phase for Ocean Beach instead of being in this year's now in year 2. And again, we've got a bit of a surplus again from one of the projects in implementation. And then the last one is Matara, which we've been talking about, which is the unrestricted state highway improvements. And it's just because we've got funding for it, we've just got to work through with QRL what extra things we need within the design and the project moving forward. So a high level is, looks like we're underspending quite a bit, but we will consider in the next 2 years. So just a really high level update on the projects that we've got going on at the moment. We've got a couple of resilience projects in the sort of Queenstown area where we've brought Frankton to Kingston, Cromwell to Frankton, so they're about to proceed with implementation. And then we've got approval for the Haas to Havia corridor to commence. And Franklin Flats stage 1 is underway, so that's the item in the photograph, the $250 million intersection that Alexa pointed out earlier on with the bus interchange. And at the moment we're looking at Howard's Drive intersection. That was previously a roundabout. We're now looking at a scheme for signals there. That then needs some associated corridor urbanisation to match the speeds appropriate for the intersection. So we're just going through a bit of a scope change for that, so we measure up the funding for it.
Is that separate to the Queenstown package?
Yeah, so
the remainder of the Queenstown package, or is it part of that Queenstown?
We decoupled it from the Queenstown package, so we're dealing with it slightly separately.
Right.
And we're just going for a scope change for the funding for it.
And what do you anticipate that costing?
We need some additional money to the Queenstown package funding.
Well, clearly, yeah.
I think the original cost is based on assumed risk attached to us. We can bring it back. I don't know if I don't I don't think it'll be massive dollars in terms of increase that we made. I haven't said that.
And
the estimate was
and what? How did you prioritise that ahead of the P2 priority components of the Queenstown package? If this is standalone now, but we've got all this other work that is required to.
It's still part of package 1.
It's part of package 1. Right, but it's an add-on to package 1.
So yeah, it's organisation.
We also can't compare PT activity class versus state highway improvements activity class and say, why did this one get into not that? Because they have separate buckets that have funding on them. So
well, it's more about how do we assess what's going to best achieve the critical priorities outcomes. I mean, we did, $250 million on the BP roundabout, but BP intersection, which we don't actually realise the benefits of until we complete the Queenstown package. But we've now prioritised another.
No, I think that's part of it.
But you think it's part of you're saying it's integrated, but but then once again, anyway, I'm getting into
it's really hard to understand.
How do we prioritize? How do we determine which is going to best deliver the goals of the Queenstown package when it doesn't feel like it's been assessed against those. It's going, here's an opportunity to tag it on to package 1 and go, here's a bit more money and deliver it. But
no, so it was always in package 1. So the scope for it's changed. So it was in package 1 originally as a roundabout.
The whole thing was in package 1 originally, but I mean, this is the point is how were these scope changes determined? I mean, it's news to me. It's news to me today.
Yeah, this was a component. It's a roundabout. Originally, it's not the original scheme.
Yeah.
With all the forward plan change, we think there's this information there.
I understand the drive.
Yeah, so that's what the scope changes. We just need extra money to do it.
So can we just lift up a level and just understand when NCTA have a package, but there are changes within that package or associated with the works, is there a process that gets signed off by your partners in that project? I think that's
the delegation, so it's a board.
And this is probably a different discussion. And I don't want to go too down this hole, but in my view, a way to go used to fill this hole about how we interacted with NZTA and other partners around the projects in Queenstown. Way to go in terms of its interface with QLDC and other partners is not working. at the moment, and at the governance level of Way to Go is failing us, and we need to revisit that because this is a symptom of that, and that's the solution, is to work out what is the pay tag doing, what is the Way to Go doing, and how's it interfacing with governance, because that's the bit that's not working.
Okay, reflections were,
Thank you.
thank you, so that's good. I just want to make sure we got to any input with it. A question from Russell for you again, if that's okay.
You say the scope change for the project, that likely or that simply result in a change, the variation to the RLTP, given that there's not going to be an RTC for 6 months.
The package one wasn't funded by the RLTP, so this is a different. But you're saying this might be, which is an interesting question.
The activity's still, it's a still package, so it's still got.
Yeah. So you're saying it's going to be funded by a change to the funding from Treasury rather than no, it's going to be an RLTP amendment.
My understanding is, so activities, the RLTP is the Queenstown package, which is stage 1. That includes the section that was originally roundabout, which is signalised if we get the board to reach the scope change. If more money is required, the original budget approved by government, we will have to ask them to live. Okay, the activity is still.
Okay, and that won't go to the next 6 months because there won't be another meeting.
Well, which goes back to why I asked what's the quantum, because you know it makes a big difference if it's $5 million or $30 million. So and I don't know what the number is, so, because it's not currently within scope of the.
But it is stage 1. It's just we may need to talk.
Okay, and that but it's fluid enough to not require.
I don't think so. It's still within that.
Okay, thank you. It's good questions to ask and to make sure that we're not leaving you stuck. So carry on in.
And the one to correct this, because I've probably spelled it a bit wrong. When I said decoupled, it's probably caused a bit of confusion. It's not out of scope 1, but we separate it from the rest of the works, which are all on track within budget, because we've got to ask for a scope change for this component.
Okay, so my confusion is where's the funding being sought, because at the moment package 1 isn't funded by the RLTP or the NLTP.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. It's not funded under the.
So all activities.
It's funded separately. Yes, and this is the bit that's confusing me. Is now you're going, we need more money, but are you coming back through this process through the RLTP, or are you going to Treasury and saying we want to top up the Crown funding?
Yeah, so it's not funded under the NLTP.
Okay, we don't need to do this by deliberation or discussion.
Okay,
sorry, I'm just going to keep us back on track.
Take it off.
We're going to, yes, absolutely, Otago projects, it's nothing we can do in a resolution about, that's why I'm saying that. Otago projects update.
So the Pine Hill, we've been out and consulted on that. The consultation has generally supported the realignment for that. The State Highway 1 area around the hospital, the consultation closes at midnight today, I think. And consultation is generally supported. We've got a bit of a hot issue around parking. The other work that we've got in Otago at the moment is we've got some improvements on Brooks Road, which is programmed, and then the Moscow.
This is the State Highway 87.
Duke Road's this is the intersection of Duke Road, State of Highway.
Oh, you're talking Dunedin and Duke's Road, sorry. Apologies, I was thinking Moscow. Apologies.
It's Dunedin.
It's Duke Street, I think.
Yeah, no. Duke's Road will refer to improvements around the proposed transport hub.
Yeah, that's Duke's Road in Moscow.
Sorry,
but that's City Road, so that's the
Duke Street has a system, makes sense.
No.
It's the northern part. Well, it's southbound.
Yeah.
Northern.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it isn't Dunedin. Yes,
it's Dunedin.
Yeah.
Street rather than. That makes a lot of sense now.
We've been understanding it, trying to get back to understood, it's great.
Moscow optimization package, so that's some development due to start. And we've got a bit of resilience work at Katiki. So we've already done some rock armouring there, so we've got the next phase of rock armouring to protect the road in.
Just before we leave that one, Moscow optimization. Is that in the context of, because the DCC is about to do a traffic management, traffic assessment, right? Looking at that. So what's the optimization that's going on?
We're going to work together. We're with a combined.
That's good to hear. It's just.
We'll all do the same evidence,
Okay.
but we will. All the time. Thanks.
Can we roll involved in that?
They will need.
There's no train going.
I have been in enough lines of traffic to know that there's one accident away from disaster.
There's no train there. What times the trains go through?
Various times, so there's 4 trains a day.
What one goes through in the afternoon?
5% goes through.
Oh, there's one for.
Yeah. It's just if I've got traffic set, no, yeah.
So the question around the Carnegie extra armouring, when you say it started, that means you're progressing with someone to supply the rock, or the rock's actually physically being put on the waterfront?
Well, we'll be both.
So I think it's still just most of the stuff still detailed design.
Thank you. Okay,
Southland projects, we've got Matara, which we've talked about, and then we've got Ocean Beach, which we've got funding approval for, but we'll do implementation this year. We've done a bit of an evidence pack to help with the development of the RLTPs, so we thought we'd just give that bit of a flag to the RTC. And what we're trying to do is provide a consistent data set that has both the current and future state of New Zealand transport system at a national and regional level. So it's doesn't quite drill down to that local level, and what the interventions are likely to be that are required to address deficiencies because of the volumes and growth. So the iteration of this version 1 is out in June 25. And the first step in that has been a bit of a collaborative development with the sector. So we haven't done that on our own. Future iterations will be drawing more strongly though directly on feedback from the sector and RCAs. So how to use it? It's just a bit of a promo for where it's at. So we'll give this pack out afterwards once we've corrected Duke's Road.
Street.
Yeah. And I'm not going to say much more about it than this. It's pretty straightforward. Where does it come from? The information at the moment is coming out of Arataki. It's coming out of regional plans and strategies. So, for example, Upland Transport's Future Connect comes out of NZT's Land Transport Benefit Framework, and it utilises some of our transport data and tools. And then we grab other information that's available from the regions and through Stats NZ. The idea is that over time it becomes a repository, so we'll end up with more feedback and data going to it. What it isn't is it's not prescriptive, it's not compulsory, it doesn't create any compliance requirements or criteria. It's not comprehensive or exhaustive, so we're not saying that we've got the source on everything. It's not a statement of what we would expect to fund. It's not reflective of any government policy, or it should not be considered a strategy or a policy document. And it's not a replacement for local knowledge, judgment, or local prioritisation of investment activities. So the data is what it is, and it's not something you have to agree with. So it's, you know, by all means, focus stick at it. And
but it could be exception space.
yeah, it's what it is. Use it for that, and it will get better over time. Now, before I go on to this, just on the basis of just talking about procedure and policy, the Minister announced at the weekend, I think, that you'll be aware that the state highways have been transitioning over to NZG TTM, and we're transitioning that into our contracts.
Do you want to say what that stands for? I think traffic management is the last term.
So we've had COPTM before, which is the Code of Practice for Temporary Traffic Management. Mm-hmm. We're now going to have the New Zealand Guide to Temporary Traffic Management, which is a more of a risk-based approach to traffic management. And that goes away from a prescriptive environment, which was what COPTM was, where you went in and found the right diagram and then set out your traffic and controls accordingly and then adjusted them for on-site conditions. to actually being able to take more of a risk-based approach on site and then limit your use of cones or operate smarter. We've got a number of case studies within the New Zealand Transport Agency, which we're more than happy to share, of where we're finding savings with it and savings in terms of time and disruption for the customers. The ministers announced that the NZTA will write them to the road controlling authorities to say that actually we're now going to require them to transition onto NZG TTM over a period. So there's a point, I think, where we want plans to be in place by the end of the year for a transition and new contracts to be transitioned at some point in 2026, and then existing contracts following again. So that's just a heads up. There's a bit of a process coming with that.
So two questions here, if that's okay.
At risk of trying to get into the minister's head, what did he mean by the fact that he was going to withhold money from local authorities if they were turning road cones out? And what does that actually mean for us?
Look, I think the NZTA board made a decision to require local authorities to transition, and the sticks not the right word, but the incentive to do so is that you currently claim a portion of your traffic management associated with your works through the NLTF. And they're saying that if you're going to continue to claim NLTF for your TTM, then we'll start to use the NZG TTM within a transition period.
So we've been criticised by following the code that we're required to follow, and now we're being threatened not following the code, the new rules that we have to follow.
No, I think threatens too strongly. I think what we've found is we've found some real savings and efficiencies by deploying the new NZG TTM, and sort of proof of concepts there a bit. So I suppose saying, well, if
so, who's the determinant of whether the whether we're applying the risk-based approach in a way that satisfies the NZTA, or in a way that's going to mean that we get the money we require for traffic management.
It means that you've gone through a process that's defendable, that you've used the other system.
Well, but that they're arguing that somebody else assesses that. But anyway, I was just making the point. It just was a bit.
we could offer to have a deeper dive on the NZG TTM at the next RTC.
I think it just needs to be really clear what the expectations on local authorities are, because otherwise we're playing guesswork and doing so with the risk of losing the funding we require. So.
Yeah, what were those dates? Those dates for the contract?
Oh, what I might do is I'll give them by the end of the session. I'll just have to look up the email that they're in.
Thank you. So Christine, that was the one that's
just a comment. I don't know that the shift or the transition across, that's, I don't think much as an issue, but I don't think that the outcome's going to be less road cones, because I've still got to understand and work with the risk. So
it may not be in some places, but what Ian said is that they've done it themselves and found quite considerable savings in that process. In some places.
It's not some of the feedback I've been getting. There's not a confidence that we're resolving a whole lot with road codes, but we'll see the way ahead.
No, it may not in some projects, especially Queenstown where it's high traffic flows.
But that's the message that's going out.
Depends on the discount time. You take a risk.
All fluoride. Worth thinking about.
And the question is, where does the buck stop? Who's taking the risk? Is it the local authorities? Is it the chief executive, or is it the person prescribing the traffic control measures, or is it somebody else? So it's a fairly broad process.
Yep. All of those things. I think we just need to lift ourselves away from government and regional model. Yeah, sorry.
Well, I can give you the dates now.
Okay, great. Well, we've got a very efficient system there, Ian.
So to existing contracts by no later than 1 July 2026, and to relevant new contracts by 1 July 2026, and to existing relevant contracts no later than 1 July 2027.
Okay.
and a plan in place by the 20th of December 25.
Thank you.
There is another bit of work, but it only applies to QRCs. So there's a requirement then to make sure they've updated the forward works plan. So a number of councils at the moment have got parts of their programme in the forward works plan. I think Queensland and Waitaki would be two in Otago and Southland. There's now going to be a requirement to make sure that you've got your goal programmes in the forward works planner, and that's updated on an annual basis. And that links, I think, into some of the construction planning.
Right.
Bits and pieces. And there's some dates for that as well, but it will be in the letter to them.
Staff all understand that more than we do probably, I hope. Yep. Good. Snapshot of expenditure.
Look, this was just a bit of a heads up. We've now managed to pull off some tabular sort of look at what Russell's done from a table point of view, and it's just whether or not it might be useful to the RTC, because we could certainly provide that to Russell in conjunction with this is just basically looking at the expenditure across 24-27 and how it's tracking. So at the moment we've got that for the councils in Otago. We've pulled one out for Dunedin because they're big enough, and done that for the councils across South. So it's more just to show you that we've got a tool set up now that we can pull that off, and if that would be useful to the RTC, more than happy to.
That's really awesome. So the Southland one there would be, for example, core, or you said they're going to come in the last year, so that you'd expect that to be quite long and down and cycling, for example. Yeah. That's interesting. Looks like it's possible and doable.
That's me.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ian. Are there any other questions of Ian? I think I had one. Radio New Zealand the other day, sorry, going back to a different space, is bus signs, school bus signs. And Mr. Shoemaker on the, okay, that wrong. Is there any way of getting some consistency about school buses on state highways, or is that something we can't go ahead? It's just not seen as a concern.
Well, I think that we've already got the what it's called now. You know, we've for too long, but what used to be the signs and markings manual, which governed what signs you could have, because that was our form of national consistency.
Yeah.
And there's been times in the past where school buses have been quite a popular space for this, where people have wanted to try something different. And there's a process in place, or it certainly was, whereby they could submit to try a pilot and then have that approved, because the usefulness of that is actually you can put it through a pilot and we can credibly assess whether or not it's got some usefulness by doing some data and things. So the reluctance that we've got people just to go and do things is when it doesn't meet the legal requirements of the signage. And then secondly, it's quite often it's got a lot of anecdotal or perceived benefit rather than statistical.
So it's on State Highway 87 at Leicester School and at Strathtyre School, well, for a sign saying slow down for school buses when you're in the school bus area. And this was a bus driver who was getting agitated that he couldn't get similar on the State Highway 1, and we did it himself with the something. But that gives that context, which wasn't given on the national radio presentation. Thank you. Yes, it'll be interesting to hear the results of that sometime. If State Highway 87 was a pilot, we're going to actually work. Any other questions? The only other message from Emma Spate was that our roads actually aren't that bad. Sometimes don't forget to remove that.
I'm sorry, I didn't have a question. Sorry. There was some feedback the other day that whether the expenditure on the pothole program was resulting in better outcomes. Is there any data in our region as to whether we're getting better outcomes with more pothole?
More than happy to provide that with the minutes to go out. That would help.
Go to the local garage, I suppose. Okay, that's that. Thank you very much, Ian. We'll note your report. I'm happy to move seconded. Jeremy. Any discussion, all in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
The next one is the South Island Regional Transport Chair, and we're just supplying that. I don't know that we want to make any comments. I have entered into my chair's report. I'm happy just to leave it floating unless there are questions. If there are not, I will move seconded. Bill?
There's one question.
Oh, sorry.
It's interregional transport,
Yep.
and passenger transport, and there's been a movement, and I see Rhea's still online, so she'll know it came out of Otago as well.
Yep.
We're bringing back the interregional rail.
Yes.
And the petition's got 12,000 signatures.
Yep.
It was handed to the MPs in the meeting about 2 weeks ago.
And councillors.
How do we take a position on the outfits? Do we?
The problem, I think it was articulated at the regional land transport or the regional passenger transport. First of all, we were very much advised right at the start going into the meeting with Minister do not talk about regional transport. He didn't want to be in that space because they're fixing what the problems they've got at the moment is big enough without adding another problem. Well, that may be the start here. The other part of it is that it's the problem definition and finding out what the problem you're trying to solve and working through that process that we need to do. And I'm not sure how you get it changed now. What is the next step if we want to do that, Russell, or support it more? I mean, it is in one of those documents we're viewed to the means, the
Sorry.
neutral.
It's hardly what I call the strongest position, and it's
Well, no,
certainly not
it's-
what the people who did the petition and were wanting this.
But it's neutral. It is defining the problem and then seeing what the answer is.
So we're not, I guess I'd like to put forward a motion that we would actually support at least nominally support the concept of establishment of interregional rail again, or at least an understanding, at least go.
Sorry, passenger rail rather than.
Passenger rail.
If you want to put that motion, we're more than welcome to, but I'm not sure that that's, I mean, you can do it. I don't know what you're.
Well, we're trying to get Canterbury and Otago and Southland to talk together, and the only vehicle by which they
Yeah,
talk is.
as
regional
big as
transport.
I get that, yeah. It's already operating for so Marlborough.
Just keep in the back of your mind that in terms of passenger rail, Kiwi rail are not part of the equation.
We were actually the same conversation I had at the start of the meeting, which is everybody pointing it was not involved.
No, but they are not, they have the rail network.
You know,
But they still do the West Coast at the end.
The tourist train.
Yeah.
the providers, and they have the network. I guess, how do we get to the Minister of Transport if not through this committee?
That it could be through this committee or through your regional public transport.
Yeah, but that's only one region, and this goes over 3 regions.
And if we go back to the Canterbury, at least it's been referred to Canterbury. Canterbury had quite a lot of money in there. In their long-term plan for this current year to investigate the regional rail and
That's right.
much greater.
Starting on the 1st of July.
Having said that, it got taken out of their long-term plan because of the freight price that they were facing. So it's now being pushed out to 2027.
Yes, when I'm meeting with that group again, am I going to say to them, we're not going to do anything, or what are we going to do? And Rhea, I'd like you to comment too, if you can, if you're part of that, but Jeremy's got.
I was just going to make what you, I mean, I suppose at the end of the day, personally, I say, I agree to look, investigate. I mean, that's all we can do. The economics is going to be.
Still, we know the economics,
but we don't know that, so we can't make an informed decision. So there is information we need to make actually. So yes, I would be my side of things to say that I know there's lots to do, but it is a community thing that is sort of building up into. But I know the economics is going to be pretty.
The economics can be really stiff, but it covers Canterbury, Otago, and Southland. So the only
And
in that context that we knew
Christchurch and Otago rail links really what is big.
Ria?
Yes, I've got my hand up. Sorry, I wanted to add to that conversation. Thank you, Jim, for starting this. The reason why I felt it was really important that this committee does support the initial investigation is because the petition Yes gained just under 13,000 signatures, had a very short period to get it to the Associate Minister of Regional Development. And there's a big push for it down here in Southland because we've lost connectivity in terms of passenger train networks between Invercargill, Dunedin and Christchurch. We have a very ageing population, as you guys will well know this, and a lot of elderly and young are not confident in driving on the open roads. We have a really good workflow force from Invercargill to Dunedin, and also in healthcare sector that needs urgent attention too. We'd like to lift our ambulances off the road and put that onto trail. I'm not saying that this will happen overnight. You know, this is a plan that will take at least 3 to 6 years to get into action. But initially, I'm probably at a loss as to why members of this committee wouldn't actually support an investigation going forward.
Okay, can I just check? Sorry, thank you for Russell. He's reminded me that they definitely came to the Regional Land Transport Committee and it came to the Regional Passenger Transport Committee. There was no funding. We had hoped to schedule some work with Canterbury, as Russell said, but equally there is no co-funding. I think that's my understanding for that sort of thing. So it would be out on our own to do that. There would be no 50% co-funding for any of the.
We are silent.
Yeah.
I mean, there's actually.
Sorry, I was going to say, like, there are some other ways. There's more ways to skin the cat than what we're looking at currently and what I'm hearing. There are other ways that we can actually negotiate with government about putting, and I've spoken very briefly about this. I look at the infrastructure investment or loan that they've just provided to Stewart Island, and there are different ways that we can go to them and ask them to actually underwrite the initial investment of a feasibility to see if this can be financially and economically of best practice for us. And if they do decide that yes, a pilot program can come in place, and I'm talking years, not tomorrow, then that loan would then turn into an investment from the government. So there are mechanisms that we can pull. And we've got a new service in our land transport plan as well. And I see this as being, although it's very light, this is a small opportunity of a window that we just won't get to do again.
Yeah. Sorry, I wasn't trying to sway. I was saying the process that got us to this point. Yeah, because we thought.
Yep, sure.
Yeah. Thank you. Sorry, Jeremy. Then
I was just going to say that it's actually a couple of steps, but the reality is we know nothing. I've said, what's about this idea? And I said, you actually just need to scope. What will the actual scope? What will it cost to actually do it? It's absolutely that's one process. Showing that we are, and it might come back at $1 million again. No, but if it's understanding the numbers before, and it does show that well we are concerned. We're concerned in the community, and so I think there's a couple of stages. Locally, we could do it, but then the councils have a small step, then get into the government. I think it needs progress.
So there's no current funding for any of this.
So, Madam Chair, what's to prevent us as a committee to say, make a statement that we philosophically support the stand by the ratepayers of our region who want something looked at in that space?
It's just a matter of a motion going here that we can. Sorry, it's what the action is, which I'm not quite clear. Is it the right of the minister asking help? Is it us going out and costing it? Is it what is it is? And if you want to go, if the answer is for Jim, then you take it back to Canterbury and say we're still keen to do this at South Island level because it makes sense to do it at that level because it covers all of the councils. And is there any alternative funding that we can look at? And what is the actual cost? Because it was taken out. It's still scheduled for 2027. So I mean, the question is, I don't do any of those things. I don't even know what they had taken out in their budget. 200,000. Yeah, whatever. Anyway, so your choice. It's up to you to now. And I'll express my views in the debate if it gets to that point. But it's a matter of if someone wants to put a motion, that's absolutely fine.
Are you proposing we write to Minister Peters?
Something like a motion to say that the Otago Southland RTC wishes to support the community requests for investigating commuter rail between interregional rail between Invercargill and Christchurch.
Yeah.
And we write to.
And so that's just a starting point. It's basically a position saying this is, we feel this is where the people of our region want us to start. And then without any numbers, we can't go any further. But if we don't make a statement, we're just silent on it all.
Yeah, I'd support that motion.
So that's a set move.
Second.
And Ria's going to second that.
Yes, please.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry. You're just saying that we're leaving a motion on this table that we support that.
We write to
support. We're writing. Sorry, I didn't get that, but about who we're writing to say that we're supporting.
Transport Minister.
And Minister South Island.
Right. All railways.
And the Minister of Rail.
Yeah, the three ministers.
Those three ministers.
Yes.
And the Canterbury RTC. So that they know that we've done it.
Yeah, Peter.
Yes, it's Peters, Bishop, and Major.
Transport.
Bishop now.
Oh, Bishop.
Yeah, Bishop.
It was,
He's on the
Just a couple of brief
Sorry,
comments.
sorry.
You've got that
I'm
motion.
sorry, just,
Okay.
you're moving it and you're seconding it.
I know, I think, Ria,
Ria's going to second.
Yeah, I'm seconding that.
I did know that, sorry, Ria.
That's all right.
Do you want to carry that now, or do you want to?
No, if you talk, we're going to debate it.
Okay.
It's fine, if you want to debate that now, yeah.
I was actually just a couple of very quick points. One is that obviously in the regional update, we do now have funding for the public transport business case in Wanaka, I understand. Yes, no? Okay. And secondly, that I note that a new on-demand PT service is being offered in Mosgiel. I would be quite interested to learn about that. So maybe Lorraine, if you could provide some information on how that works and what the budget is and what your targets are, and how you're meeting those, because I think it could be relevant to the Wanaka situation. And just the other point was around fair share, because previously we'd understood that the government's goals were around moving to 40% fair recovery, and I understand the regional council haven't gone that far, which is great because I think it makes it more affordable. But just understanding where we're at with those fair recovery relative to other places around the country as well.
Okay. Any other questions about the report itself before we go to the motion? Thank you, Christine.
It's about the chair's report.
It's the South Island Regional Transport Committee Chair's.
Yes,
yeah.
just the South Island freight study. I hear on the radio this morning they're talking about a national freight study because it was declined originally, but now that's back on the books for discussion, although it hasn't been approved by NZTA. But Minister Bishop is supporting.
There is certainly some South Island separate stuff as well. Does anyone else have any other comments on that? The national one?
I just wonder whether South Island freight study, there was discussion in here somewhere about Wellington doing the same thing, and then there's a national one on the books as well. Does that mean we pay 3 times, or the national one takes precedence, or what?
I think they're still working out the best form of information to move on, but
I haven't heard about the national one. You can rest assured that if they're going to do anything, that we're not going to do it just for South Island.
Right, and it's already been done here.
South Island one has got very focused South Island focus and understanding and the appropriate data to support it. And I would hesitate to suggest that a national one would actually override, would actually end up, we'd get clouded out, and so we probably a place for both. But on
a complementary way.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
And that's certainly the way the approach that we have been taking with it anyway. So the whole project is actually looked at all the other studies that they've been able to build on.
That was certainly a focus of the news this morning.
I think they were interviewing someone between 9 and 10 with it on the Brian's show.
Yeah, I didn't.
Yeah, I brought something over. There was something I was thinking of, which I could listen to before I entered this meeting. Yeah. So anyone else wishes to talk to that? So I do want to make sure we get away, and I do want to get some time for reflection. But noting the report, then we've got that additional motion, which is right here, Minister of Transport, Minister of South Island, and Minister for Railways or Rail, to support the community's request to investigate commuter rail between Otago and Christchurch. Jim, do you wish to speak to that any further?
I can also add one more thing and send a copy of the letter to the Canterbury Regional Transport Committee.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll just start, that was the thing, did Canterbury receive petition? Anyway, the council's there. That's what,
I mean, handed over in Dunedin, Ria had more to do with it than me. It's handed over in Dunedin. I know it went as far north as Oamaru, but it may not have gone any further north. So that those 12,000 things probably are south.
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair. The Christchurch volunteer network system were quite light on the feet, but their online petition hit rate was quite high. There weren't as many volunteers through the short time to get that petition sold, but the amount of petitioners and local people on the ground up there had been involved with the council, is what we've been told. So it's not that we've done this behind their back. It's been completely open feedback and open interaction with those councillors and councils.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to this motion?
I'll just speak to it.
Yes, sorry.
Generally speaking, because this is across 3 regions, it's going to require, and the government looking at it is going to look for coordinated activity across all 3 regions and coordinated. Yes. So the starting point was get Otago and Southland to where we are now, and then approach Canterbury and see where they are, and then in doing so, approach these 3 ministers to say that this is our intention at this point, to start at this point and move forward from here. And so really this is just getting the ball rolling. There's an election coming. There'll be different people around this table in 6 months' time, but I don't want this forgotten before the triennial finishes.
Anyone else wish to speak to this?
And NZT just abstain.
You make these two fine. I'm not going to support this, and as much as best of intent, and I absolutely hear the 30,000 people. I think if this were progressed so narrow that we possibly lose out an opportunity of understanding the requirements of competitive work that could be going into passenger transport regionally. And because it's so focused on the answer being rail rather than being, unless you will have right provide, rather than being high level about how is the best way that Otago South and West Coast and everyone else can be connected and provide that resilience that it would otherwise provide. It may well be rail as the answer, and I'm really happy for this. In the great granddaughter of Minister of Railway, when all these lines were set up, some of it is in my blood. But stand back and say, what's the best solution? And if we've got the answer to that solution already, then I think that we're having a very narrow focused project. I'm really happy if it was a wider one, and then as rail was one of the options, but that's not what we're offering with this advice. And that's why I will vote against it, but that's absolutely fine as well. So any other, thank you, Jim.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will actually be siding in favour of us recognising the work of the near 13,000 ratepayers who have expressed what may be a narrow position, and I fully appreciate the position you've articulated, but that was the position that they were interested in. And I would be remiss as an elected official or a councillor of those people to not support their desire to have someone consider the options.
Lisa.
Yeah, I'm going to support this too. I agree with you on that. I also think that this discussion needs to get on the table. It just needs to start somewhere, and we haven't done that. It's been brought up to us many, many times, and hasn't managed to get it to discuss this with Christchurch, as well as let the ministers know what our people think is worthwhile. And I don't believe that is predicating a solution to our problem. I think we definitely have a problem, and it's one thing of many things that should be considered, and that's a way of getting to it. So I will be supporting that.
Bill.
I'd like to observe that if an investigation is to proceed, I don't see how that can be done in isolation. It would need to consider what are the alternatives, and thus what is the relative merits of rail versus the range of other options that could be out there. So I don't see it necessarily being a negative in that respect. I don't think the terms of reference would be so narrow that it would obscure the opportunities for other alternate solutions to be considered, and they have to be considered in the context of a wider suite of options. So I don't personally have an issue with supporting it, because I think an investigation will consider the context of the wider transport.
Anyone else wish to speak to it? Yes, Jeremy.
Just quickly, I think it's important, but then reflecting on the Canterbury scenarios, that they had the money into the system at some stage prior to this. So they were in this, and I think it's that the regions have thought about this. So I don't think there's any harm in supporting the community, or a number that supported it, and there's certainly stages to this investigation. The first one was to work out what it cost, but also to challenge the government. So stick by the community at times. Most should stick by the community all the time, I should say, but I'll be supporting it.
Thank you. Ria, you're making some comments here with your microphone on. Does that mean you wish to speak?
Oh, sorry, I was nodding my head and agreeing with what everyone actually said. It is the start of putting this forward. I mean, and it will take some time and it will take some investment. What that looks and feels like, it'll move through once we get it onto their table. So I think it's a brave call to make, and it's been a hard one and a long one in time coming. And sorry, the feedback in there, it's like there's like lots of pauses and gaps. Is it?
I wish you had told us earlier in the day so we could have investigated.
No, okay. I just thought I'd write it down because I've got headphones on. I'm trying to listen really hard.
Apologies, Ria.
No, that's okay. It's fine.
Okay, I'll put right reply.
Just a quick one. It is a subset of all interregional transport options, and it doesn't include QLBC and CODC because they don't have railway lines anymore. But there is an existing transport corridor that has proven to work in the past. It went out of favour as we went to single car use, but single car use is now becoming not as favourable as it used to be, and there's a demand and a desire from the community to look at interregional transport. And so to exclude it, because it doesn't include all of it, would be, in my opinion, inappropriate.
Okay. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Abstention from the NZTA. Thank you. Passed. Thank you. Okay. Now that so noted the report, didn't it? Thank you. So we don't note that as well. Thank you. The next matter is the extraordinary and urgent business, and I have asked you for time for reflection. But there was one other thing I thought we were going to put into the. Was there one other thing? Kiwi Rail. So thank you. Yes, really major item. Kiwi Rail. You've heard from them today. There are. Is there anyone wishing to put Kiwi Rail or other matters in there? You've got their contact names and details, and we'll make sure that the email addresses for Lisa and Adele come to you as well, because I think they're good contacts we do have. Adele Wilson wasn't there today.
General question to everybody in the room before I pose the motion. Would we want Kiwi Rail to be on this regional transport committee?
I'd say whatever.
I certainly think when we're setting our priorities and them setting their funding, we need them in the room to understand how they both align.
So it's section 105A1C of the Land Transport Management Act says that the minister's point outside of Auckland and Wellington, Kiwi Rail to the RTC.
They must appoint, or
I was there when I remember Minister Woods was minister at the time when I pointed it out to him. He didn't know it was happening. 105A, Kiwi Rail representation on RTC's Part C is a regional transport committee or joint committee named by the minister by notice in the Gazette. And otherwise, it's only Wellington and Auckland.
So is it the Minister of Transport? Yep. So you'd like to move?
Yeah, request the Minister of Transport that Kiwi Rail be added to the Otago Southland RTC as per section 105A1C of the Land Transport Management Act. I'll give you the.
Yep.
I support that.
105A1C. So, land modification.
Do you want to speak to that motion?
This was an amendment of the Land Transport Management Act about 4 years ago. I think it was they're setting up the ARNIT at the time, And it was clear when you look at this amendment to the Act that this was set up for Auckland and Wellington Regional Rail and the rest. And therefore Auckland and Wellington have Kiwi Rail on their regional transport committees, but yes, by this Act, Part A and Part B of this 1058. And nobody else does. And so, and you can't bring them on yourself. You have to get permission from the minister, as one said. So this is actually formalising the request to have Kiwi Rail put on as per this part of the Act.
Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Alexa. Okay. Using Farah catch up on it there. Anyone want to do further discussion? We're just getting into time where we're not going to reflect much. Or
I guess my question is, they're going to attend these meetings. I mean, we've heard from them today. I'm just wondering, you know, in terms of the use of their time, I just wondering, they're going to sit there largely bored out of their trio, whatever they're doing, most of the discussion. The two issues that we had discussion with today, we know one is being progressed. The second one is a long-term project around that railway bridge in this town. Beyond, once you resolve those and return to their infrastructure.
This is a number of years we talked to get the Mataura intersection and Kiwi Rail to come to.
I think it's long.
9 years.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but I also appreciate that we've changed the ownership structure of the railway infrastructure every 8 years for the last 40 years.
You know what I'm getting at is if they don't attend the meetings, they aren't actively engaged.
They can
might
be
be
an apology.
And I also feel that they need to be part of this wider transport planning. They're involved in our stories and things that we put together as a start of a network, and they are part of the network. They don't always have to show up. They can send somebody. They can do their emails while they do something else or whatever, and bits that don't necessarily be affected by
who represents Nero Bella Railway line.
Well, and that's my approach is it's integrated land transport.
Yes.
And that we've made the mistake in the past of being a road transport committee, and we're not. We're a land transport committee. And so, you know, we've made some moves to get a better acknowledgement of the interface with airports, for instance, and ports, and railways is absolutely part of that. So, look, you know, it's integrated land transport planning. It has to be part of the discussion. If they're bored, then they're not doing their jobs. They need to be working out how they integrate with, you know, every other bit of the system that works. You know, that doesn't happen in isolation. That the rail doesn't happen in isolation, let alone for the highways. So.
And then we can get the airports.
Well, look, we've already, as I said, we've already acknowledged that, whether it be, you know, the impact of Queenstown Airport or the Dunedin Airport or whatever, and the same with Port Chalmers and other ports. It just has to be part of the discussion.
It's just getting advice that there may be some costs that inherently needs to be covered with that because
no nonsense.
Yeah. I'm not worried about that. Taking things from you. Jeremy, sorry.
No one pays us.
Here, I think one thing I have found in the last number of years is that you notice the Kiwi Rail probably getting more involved, but they are coming, especially to South Island and getting here. So I think that there's a wee bit of, I get a feeling they might want to be, well, the pressure is saying you need to know what's going on. And there's going to be like big discussions, big inputs, and there's a lot more questions being asked of it. So I hear Phil, yeah, I hear Phil's position. They come in, they've given us pretty good briefing, discussion. I think there may be sometimes when they say should be listening to maybe what NZTA is doing. You know, if there's a bit of a disconnect there. I think it would be better, but I know that they would, if we don't have this committee on the committee, that they should be an item. You know, it should be they know there's an item there for them to come and present at each meeting anyway, as a minimum. It's good to ask some of those questions.
Yeah, I mean, that's
and connection, and
they don't actually necessarily need to be formally on the committee, they just need to be here and be involved.
That's what
yeah.
Could be suggested for the backstop.
I'm happy to support the motion. I think the fact that it's not just the crossings it supports and just freight stuff is absolutely vital, but we understand how that's going to impact. I hope you do some of the issues on our roads and bridges that they have collectively and how they manage the time of the meeting. I think we can resolve that. But if the minister does it, that's fine, and we can always do it by invitation if that doesn't work. So, you want to speak to that motion? Yeah,
that's good.
No one else, Maria, you're okay?
I support.
Yep. Okay, all in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, carried. Sorry, second was
Can
against.
we,
You're abstaining?
say, yeah,
Yeah, noted your abstention with the
Yeah.
opinion, sorry, I think I understand your situation. You'll water down your vote, the quality of voting, I appreciate that. Last item up, is a, reflections time, is that all? And I'm happy for, I should be giving the floor at some stage to some people who, had the most time around the table than rather than just councillors, but anyway, the reflections on what would your advice be to yourself starting off next term if you didn't know anything about this, and how you could improve on it. I think we, rather than looking back, we look forward and how we could influence the next regional transport committee. It would start my right with one of the more senior members of the 9 years on. Jeremy.
Yeah, I suppose we reflected at South Island, again, bringing it back to the local. It's important work across the border and understanding everybody's situation. And there's common issues throughout all the regions. But I think that's the main thing. I think that we need to be really still pushing for that long-term strategy that doesn't get affected by governments, and it starts here, carries on up the food chain, so to speak. And because that's probably the most frustrating thing when it comes down on the ground where it's being done, is that you think you've got all the plans in the world, and the government comes along and says, oh no, we're going to tweak that. And at the end of the day, it's what the community wants. So it should be the governmental discussion. So that's, they're going to have you've probably come here thinking you're going to go on many issues, but really that issue will be duplicated probably in every region. And I suppose that's why we're and some of the big struggle is the population-based funding and things like that. Just where we don't have that political power. So joining together, you have a bit more of this. It's hugely important. So that's what I encourage to understand that is hugely important committee.
Thank you. Jim T.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've enjoyed my 3 years. I would make a comment in terms of setting up the next triennium, that one of the first things, if I was in your position, I would make sure that the first couple of hours are actually a chance for the councillors and the staff to meet informally and get to understand each other as people. I reflect on the region that we come from, and I believe one of our greatest strengths is also one of our greatest weaknesses, in that our forefathers, who are some of us who arrived in the 1860s, the individualism and their efforts to problem solve and be successful has also now become one of our Achilles heels. And we actually need to develop and encourage collegiality if we're going to crack any of the hard eggs that are in front of us. So I don't go home from these meetings as frustrated as sometimes I go home from council meetings, thinking, why the hell did I do that? But I do go home thinking, did we achieve as much as we could? And whilst we tend to deal at the higher level, if we don't drill down into the nuts and bolts and start working collectively, then an organisation like this will join the dinosaurs.
Ready to follow that.
How do you dinosaur?
I would say that, because I'd obviously be from the Clutha district if I was advising them. And I'd be saying, look, you're going to go to a lot of meetings and probably 50% of the time, there's not going to be much about the Clutha district. Because we don't have parking problems, or we don't have public transport, we don't have that. But then I'd say, as Jim alluded to earlier, it's this urban rural thing. Listen to the other people around the table, because they're the ones that are enmeshed in the parking problems. They're the ones that are enmeshed in the lack of funding for this and the lack of funding for that. So I would say, go and listen. You don't need to necessarily shoot your mouth off all the time, but listen, and we'll be able to go forward.
Thanks.
So next.
Thank you. Ian, do you want to give us any advice?
I would say probably try and understand today as quickly as you can, because it's a big, complicated picture. Don't undervalue the need to understand what the base needs in terms of a level of service, but then have a really good collective view as to what the best thing for Otago Southland, or the best package of stuff for the Otago Southland is going forwards, and how that adds value.
Very good. Christine?
The comment about coming in, I guess and I may have been there, but I think I would have been helped significantly by a briefing paper, which outlines some of the history, what the key issues are now, how they relate to Southland. That would be important, I think, for me, gaining a quick understanding of the role of the committee. I also would like to think that we're in a position where we have an ability to influence and also monitor to a certain degree, to see that we're making progress on the issues that have been raised, not just in this triennium, but as we've heard this morning, 3 trienniums week. That to me kind of speaks to achievements as well, not just putting the plan in for the next 3 years or doing this. It's about addressing the needs of Otago and of Southland in there. And I guess in that I've sort of almost commented on how do we keep track of our priorities through successive trienniums. I value the information or comments around the table from the members of this committee who have been long-standing. There's no guarantees they'll be here next time, so how do we ensure that we keep the focus ahead? I'm somewhat heartened by the recent motion in looking at the return of passenger traffic.
Right.
Yeah, train from Christchurch to Otago, because to me that stood out in terms of submissions, that insight point of thing, at the last time we looked at the plan. So how do we respond to that feedback from our communities and making changes ahead? So I think we can, in our submissions, we can respond positively, you make those comments, but how do they also hear about the challenges we continue to face on an everyday basis? If you just read through and see the positive comments, how do we get through to, at the national level, on the matters that we focus on during our meetings? Those would be, probably the main things I'd have to say. Probably others as well, but yeah, somewhat heartened by the discussion at the meeting today to see how we can do things differently and have that influence we need to have in order to bring about change, but also respond to change. Ethan?
Yeah. Thank you. I suppose reflection that probably in the past it can have a habit of being a bit cumbersome, and it's part of a big system, the NLTP and the RLTP and the local government doing their own bit and whatever. And it can be pretty cumbersome. We're probably going to the other extreme now, and that there's government are shooting from the hip and not really taking a strategic view of all the background work that's happened in the past. And the answer is probably somewhere in the middle, as usual. The answer is usually somewhere in the middle. one thing I've enjoyed is that people don't get fussed about whether you're dealing with rural one-lane bridges or public transport in Queenstown or whatever. Everyone's quite empathetic to the broadness of the issues, whether we're cyclists or logging contractors or whatever. There's a very broad church, and that's good. But yeah, there's all my reflections that answers somewhere in the middle, and we need to keep our vision on being evidence-based, strategic in our focus.
Alexa?
I agree with everything. There's nothing I don't agree with that's been said, and that's actually quite common around this table. And I think my advice to people coming in builds on yours, Jim, about people having time to understand other people's issues. And I think that needs, as you said, a briefing paper, but I also think it needs a decent introduction time around the table, and so that each council, and it probably should include staff, can present to the new people on there and the existing people that are remaining, what their perspective of the main issues. I don't think there's always enough of that. We have that discussion more often in the coffee room, lunch table, than we do around the table sometimes. The other thing that I think is, what's that?
So it's very hard to get you back some days.
Yes, and which is a good thing.
Yeah.
And there should possibly be a bit more of that. And the other thing that I think is really important is just listen to Russell. He's seen it so many times and has got so much knowledge to bring to this and pragmatism that it's really, I often find that Russell nails it quite quickly. So I think probably Russell and Lorraine need to present from their perspectives the issues as well. So I think all that stuff, and NZTA too. I mean, often you end up in quite a defensive position. I don't think we really want to put you there. We get upset, but it's actually quite good to understand what your constraints are too, and openness and honesty and a highly relational approach is what's going to make this work. The other thing that's important that I don't think is happening is getting the information, feeding it back to the contributing councils. So the communication of the work that happens here isn't well enough understood within the other councils. Oh, it might be in somebody's chairperson's or whatever, but it doesn't actually filter well into those, in my view.
Jim?
I actually quite enjoy this committee, and I think one of the things I enjoy is meeting councillors from other councils. That's actually a good perspective. Otherwise, you can be a bit insular in your own council. Christine's point, I think, like an induction may in fact be required. Like the very first meeting might in fact be an induction meeting, and then we go to a formal meeting, the next meeting. Because I agree, you come in, you have no idea what this committee is about. It is in its most strict form. It is really only there to generate the regional land transport plan. And if you stay, and then when I got on this committee 9 years ago, that was pretty much where we were. And then we've slowly expanded where we can go. And I think we can control our own remit. There's nothing in the Act that says that we can't aspire to think about integrated transport systems. So I think we need to go there. Otago and Southland are much more powerful together than they are apart. So I think it's great that we're in Otago Southland Regional Committee. And I think what I like most about it is, unlike a pot of money coming in that we would have to then fight over, when we set up the Regional Land Transport Plan, we are now then going off to bid nationally for as much of it as we can get. So we can act, and we do act cooperatively towards each other, which I think is actually quite nice about this committee. We tend to support each other through. I mean, and my first term on this board wasn't really sending anybody to the committee, and Mataura was being picked up by a Southland Regional Council in Dunedin, because we kind of saw it as something that needed to be done for the region. And I think that's what's really good, is that if you've got a particular thing that you need, we can all get in behind it. And when the whole region's in behind it, then it really makes a hell of a lot of difference whether that's going to happen. So what I like about it is it's a cooperative place to work. I think I learn a lot about each other's region. I wouldn't know anything about Queenstown and Otago's or Gore's issues if it wasn't in this committee. So just whoever comes in, actually, and the other one's keep continuity. If you are stepping off, whoever replaces you, have a bit of time with them before they get here as well, to let them know what they've been doing on the committee.
Cool.
Right, 5 points are written down. First is that we experienced an election policy sort of pendulum or pivot that swung through significant pivot. I would like to think that's going to be that severe next time, whatever that is. Can't be that bad, sure. But for a bunch of other reasons, it's going to get harder, not easier. Climate change, demographic change, revenues. This is not going to be an easier task than it has been past. I believe that longer term planning and implementation horizons are absolutely essential for certainty, predictability, stability, and efficiency, the things that actually government's asking for from us. And we kind of have to flag to them, don't keep changing the game plan if you want that. I really promote collaboration, the idea that we need to hunt as a pack. And I wonder what regional spatial planning, if it's rolled out, this would provide a natural home for this function within a regional spatial planning framework. Evidence and data is really important, so do your homework and use evidence-based stuff, and we're doing things like that freight study that's coming. But I think there's a knowledge management obligation on that, so that as there is rollover of staff and representative folk around the table, that there is a place where people can go and understand their history around these issues for some real continuity. I think those are my 5.
Thank you. Ria.
Well, so I support what everyone else has said as well, but I just wanted to touch on this. I had no idea that this committee even existed, and I'm a first-term councillor. So one of the orders of business was for the mayor to appoint councillors on different committees, and I won the straw for your committee. And what I found interesting is on the way to my first meeting, I learnt that we've got 295 k's of urban sealed roads from Otago. We've got 302 k's of rural roads and 123 kilometres of unsealed roads. So I got given that we have 55 bridges that we manage and all of information like that on my car ride to your first committee meeting. So I was kind of like absorbed with, holy shoot, what am I walking into? Because I've never really done anything to do with transport previously. But what I have found is what would be valuable would be used to do the onboarding for new members to your committee. Giving them a briefing paper would actually really help quite significantly, so we know what we're setting ourselves up for. And you can make some time allocation to ensuring that you've got a handle on your agenda on all the information that you've been given. The acronyms I found really hard and a total waste of my time. So in terms of learning what they all were, I just still don't think I've got it all. But what I have taken away from this committee is you're correct. You know, I think, Phil, you said we need to hunt as a pack. If we want to make strategic gains and win some more for our regions, we need to work together and collaborate, much as what we and I have seen us do today. So I do think that newbies coming on board need to have some information given to them, and a lot of the things that in my first few meetings, actually, I barely spoke. I was absorbing of what all of you more experienced people were on the committee discussing and how you would handle different and difficult conversations. And I'm really pleased that I have been part of this committee and I've been able to absorb and learn and taking this information away with me to make sure that I get back again in the next term. So, and I'd like to be a rare side and keep being a member on this committee. So who knows what the future holds.
Thank you very much.
If you win the mayor, you can't come on.
I know that.
Generally in the South Island chairs meeting, a lot of regional transport committees are chaired by the chairs or the mayors. This is quite unusual to do. I don't want to say much, I think it's all been said, but I do want to make a comment on a couple of suggestions being around the table today. One is urban and rural. I actually think that there is a space at the South Island level that all of the regional transport committees get together, and that's actually been in rural discussions. The fact is that anyone in Southland and Otago generally play or say in those other urban or rural areas, and we're so interlinked that I think there is a huge understanding, and good to have that understanding quite widely, and why I'm really happy to, as an actually rural person whose heart is in urban, that is good to be across all of those issues. But I think it'd be really interesting to get people like the Queensland area in with the people in the Darfield and Wilson areas, and some of the same sort of issues that they're confronting, and just getting those discussions going across South Island. I actually think that the South Island is so poorly served now, and our links are not just with Otago and Southland, they're up the west coast or they're into Canterbury two ways, that we actually have to understand those bigger pictures. And I'd be really happy to put our resources into a South Island RTC actually, plan that at the back interface was all about our actual requirements, but you actually understand the priority or whatever. But the discussion for another day, but for the next course. I would like to say finally thank you to the staff who have been very generous with their advice and sit through here. And if you think that Kiwi Rail may be bored, by gosh, I feel sorry for you some days, guys. But you always are very, very generous with your knowledge and sharing it and sessions or receiving us. And it's really, really great to have people so passionate about safety, about making sure that we get places and who understand inherently and let us do the talking, but you arm us with the good advice. So thank you. I do wonder if, considering Russell is the doyen of, I mean, we've got someone who's been here a long time, and then we've got Lorraine on the other side who's just can reflect on a different, can reflect from a different perspective, whether we should just get their suggestions, if that's okay, because I think it'd be really good to, you've been in with Russell. So we'll start with you, because you've one term, one on here, and you come from a different, how many other regional transport companies have you been on?
I need two other regional ones.
I did.
So,
and what would you tell yourself the next one to do?
Well, as I said, I am right at the outset, and I think it is an achievement. Although we talked a lot about being political today, I appreciated your info and your openness to, hear from the community and represent communities that come and talk to you on issues. I do think it is a really collaborative committee, and I really appreciated also getting to know the issues and also my colleagues from PS and having their support as well. Obviously, probably took that a little bit too far, and that I recently recruited from ES into ORC. So it's too soon to announce that Dean will be joining ORC as our senior transport planner next month. So
thrilled to have you, but I'm feeling really sorry for Russell right now.
That's the end of that relationship.
So I'm just the council's off.
So far.
let's
They need us to be with them now because they're taking us out. Russell.
Thanks, Kate and Alexa, for your comments. I would just say that for me, last what I'll be doing is doing my job. The way that I see it. I have appreciated, I love this community. I work with 2 or 3 groups across the country, and this is a group that I really enjoyed working with. Because I have seen the 2 RTCs come together first meeting or 2, and for those that went around at that time, we had a thing called our funds, regional funds, so there was money collected on fuel tax in the region that had to be spent in the region. And Otago had done very well and got rid of all of their money, and Southland had dragged the chain we've been couldn't find projects to spend it on. And there was a huge amount of suspicion that the reason that Otago wanted to join that committee was so they could get their hands on there. Well, I think it probably took 2 meetings, 5 meetings for that to get over that. And then we were sitting in what would be the 3rd meeting. There was one of the Southland members made a comment about an issue on State Highway 1 flooding north of Wanneroo. And then another comment came about a slip on the Hearts Pass in the West Coast, which is not only not in Otago, but it's in West Coast. And I thought, just at that particular point in time, I thought, hey, this committee is actually starting to think outside the boundary. So if I was you're asking me to give some advice to the councillor coming on, it would be, you don't stand on your boundary looking in. Stand on the combined regional boundary and look out. Because the issues that are over the boundary are the ones that are brought into your area. So that would be me, think, and I'll take a whole heap of comments from today and look at how we can set that.
Very good. I'm feeling like if I went round the room that we would be beautiful pie. But is there anyone else who's got something absolutely desperate that we've missed off that list of things? Or you're happy for answer this first meeting today, so I hope you haven't got too much to add. Yeah. Thank you all. That's been the end of the thinking and the time. May you also travel safely. Best of luck for those that are struggling in those forward. Thank you for those that have served your time and those that are not to continue. Yeah, thank you very much for all your contribution. It's been great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.